All right, guys, as you know, Comcast was doing some work in our area, so we just got kicked off. So we'll wait for people to come back in. So we're back for now. Hopefully, hopefully we'll come back. Hopefully you guys will come back. Let me play the disclaimer real quick. Okay. Yep. I think that we are back. All right, is everybody back in? We'll give it a few minutes, let people get back in. I guess one good thing is we can zoom during the parts we don't care about. All right, let me. I just got to do everything over again. Let's see. Well, pop out chat, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Curvy, I think it was your fault, right? You said now that you're settled in, they're going to go take a lunch break. Little did you know that it was Comcast that was going to get us. Okay, so that's coming back in. All right. Found you. You got lost. Thanks for the breadcrumbs. All right, are we back? We're gonna pick up where we got kicked out. Hey, Capri Law, good to see you. Yeah, Comcast is in the area working, so they warned us that we would get kicked off, and sure enough, we did. All right, so we're gonna pick up where we left off.
For whatever time period it was, you got periodic reports from them as to what was going on.
Yes.
And was that initiated by you always, or were they instructed to contact you every time they, for instance, saw a Monica Sementilli in the company of Robert Baker?
They would provide a log of what they did.
Okay. When did it become clear to you that Monica Sementilli was having an affair with Robert Baker?
Pretty early on. I want to say after the 21st, we had the interview with her, the walkthrough at her house. I want to say, if I can refer to my notes here.
Sure.
Yeah, even prior to that. So on the 19th.
I'm sorry, prior to what?
Prior to the 21st of February. Even on the 19th of February, they were already under surveillance. So,
okay.
and primarily at that point, it was to monitor what Baker was up to.
Okay. But my question was, at what point was it clear to you, based on their contact with each other, that they were engaged in some kind of relationship?
Well, again, at the 19th, I mean, he picks her up.
Okay. At some point, did you become aware that it perhaps was a sexual relationship?
At some point, I don't recall the exact moment that was the case, but I remember G&D, Gang and Narcotic Division, was monitoring and surveilling them. And at one point, there was a situation outside of a bar. I believe it was referenced in the opening statements where she walks outside and actually touches a bouncer intimately and kisses that person. And so, you know, of course that's not Baker, but there's something going on here.
Okay.
Yes.
And is it fair to say there were other examples of that you became aware of during the course of your investigation?
At some point, yes.
So there was no doubt that they were having the affair.
It appeared so, yes.
Your role at that time, instead of arresting Mr. Baker at that time or arresting both of them, was to continue to see if you could get more evidence involving the affair. Is that correct?
Well, again, in my 9 years as a homicide detective,
Well, if you could limit it to just this
I
case.
can't.
You can't tell us if that was your goal?
No, I will tell you how I work my cases if you want to know.
Well, I'm assuming that the way you work your cases is the way you work this one.
Yes,
So just tell us how you work this one.
I want everybody, sir. I don't want one person. I don't want Mr. Baker. I want everybody that's involved, and that includes the third suspect walking up the street and anybody else that's involved in this case.
Okay. So by following Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli as often as could be done by the extent of the resources that you had, you were also trying to find the second killer
Yes.
by just seeing who was in contact with Mr. Baker?
No, at the same time all this is going on, we are writing search warrants. We're analyzing evidence from the search warrants as far as call detail records, if we can get them, text message information. We're looking for any way that you know, Mr. Baker or anyone else may have been in contact with this third individual.
And you know at this point, based on what's occurred in this case, that an individual by the name of Christopher Austin has pled guilty to being the second killer in this case, correct?
Yes.
At the time that this was going on, were you aware of Christopher Austin?
No, sir.
And because you did not arrest Mr. Baker, you were not able to question him about Mr. Austin, correct?
Sustained.
Did you ever question Mr. Baker before his arrest involving Christopher Austin?
No.
In fact, once again, your goal was to make sure that neither Ms. Sementilli or Mr. Baker were aware that you were following them.
That's correct.
The first night that you came out to the scene, Detective Verna, did it appear to you that Monica Sementilli was reacting as someone might expect a grieving spouse to react, just having learned about the brutal murder of her husband?
Yes. However,
And
as I was on direct.
I'll get to that.
Okay.
However, you said that one thing that you noticed was that you didn't see any tears. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you saw crying, you saw everything that we heard on that tape recording, which speaks for itself, but you're saying you did not see tears.
Physical tears, correct.
And this would not have shown up, obviously, on the tape recording one way or the other, correct?
Yes.
Did you prepare a report that evening or thereafter of the first night that you were at the scene and conducted your investigation?
I did.
All right. And do you have that in front of you?
I can get it.
Your Honor, may I approach and maybe...
Again, counsel, you can approach without permission.
Let me show you, and you can ignore the highlighting,
Yes.
and look at that report and tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if that's the report that was prepared that night.
So this is the crime report. There's also should be a witness statement form that's also available.
Okay, and you have that as well?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. In either or in any of these reports, did you document that you thought it was unusual that there were no tears shown by Mrs. Sementilli?
I did not.
Why not?
Again, the relevance of it at the time, I believe, was inconsequential. People handle grief in a number of different ways. So maybe for her, that's a normal reaction. I don't know. I'm not, and simply based on whether the tears or not, it's not something I say, oh, you know, this person did something based on that.
Okay.
So
So at the time,
Yes.
you didn't think it was necessarily unusual because people grieve in many different ways. Some have tears, some don't, so on and so on.
Sure.
And for that reason, you never recorded it in any report.
Yes.
You understood that it was not something that was going to show up by the recording, which otherwise would be the best way of determining what went on and what you were told or not told during any of these interviews, and we have all of them. You understand that?
Right.
So the only way that would be documented would be if you had written it in some report.
Correct.
Do you remember the first time that you first mentioned believing or noticing that there were no tears being by Mrs. Sementilli when you interviewed her the first time?
Well, the night of, my partner and I both commented on it.
Okay.
So that was the first time.
And did he record it anywhere?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And as I
It's
said,
something we put in our back pocket.
okay.
Just,
And
that's it.
unfortunately, obviously, he's passed away, so
Yes.
we cannot do that.
Right.
Any other way that you documented that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. But you did, well, after the arrest, eventually, of Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli, which took place in, I believe, June, is that correct?
Yes.
There was a grand jury it convened, and they took evidence in the case in terms of the investigation and so forth and the prosecution of the case, remember?
Yes.
And you were called to testify at that time.
Yes.
And at that time, isn't it true that for the first time, you mentioned that you didn't see any tears on Mrs. Sementilli the night of the murder?
As far as in a court setting?
Yes.
Yes.
As far as any documentation of any kind, whether it be in court or out of court?
Yes.
That was the first time.
Yep.
And obviously, that followed not only the arrest of Monica Sementilli, but the prosecution of her as a co-conspirator in this case. Correct?
Yes.
So once you learned that she was being charged as a defendant, at that time, for the first time, you felt it important to document that you had seen, you thought, no tears. Correct?
It was the first time I was asked a question, yes. And so, yes, that's the first time I brought it up.
You say the first time you were asked a question. What were you asked?
Well, we were talking about the interview of Monica, and that's how it came up.
And you were asked by the district attorney?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did she specifically ask you if you saw any tears or not?
I don't recall the exact question.
You volunteered that, isn't that true?
I might have.
If I could have 1 second, Your Honor. Or 1 minute. All right, let me read from you from the grand jury transcript and see if this refreshes your memory or if this, in fact, was page 53.
Counsel, can you wait 1 moment?
Yes, page 53, lines 6 through...
Your Honor, I'm going to
20.
object. It's not inconsistent with what he said.
Well, if it's to refresh his memory, it can't be read in any event. Sustained on that ground. If you want to refresh his memory, you can approach him with the transcript or the copy of the transcript.
All right, let me approach, Your Honor, if I may. Let me take a look at the line starting at the top of the page to yourself.
Yeah, I'm reading right now.
Okay. You were asked, was this the first time you've been asked to describe how Monica Sementilli reacted or was reacting at the time that you first contacted her?
Yes,
Okay.
as far as I know.
And you indicated she was uncontrollably upset, correct?
Yes.
Breathing heavily, sobbing, physically
Your Honor, I
upset.
object to counsel reading from the transcript.
Well, I don't know if he's reading from the transcript or not. He's asking questions I'm allowing.
I'm just asking you if this is what occurred. You don't remember the exact questions and answers, right?
I don't.
I showed you the transcript. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah, and it appears accurate.
Okay. And you said she was uncontrollably upset, breathing heavily, sobbing, just physically upset. However, I did notice that she was not crying. Remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked, what do you mean by that? And you said there weren't tears coming down her face when she was upset. Question, so in other words, she appeared to be crying, but there wasn't any actual tears. And you said correct. The question was, did that strike you as unusual at that time? And you said it did. But you did indicate that through your experience, people respond differently to notice of death and so forth.
Yes.
Right? That true?
Correct.
So although it was something you thought unusual, you didn't suspect anything at the moment. Is that right?
Correct. Like I said, something you put in your back pocket, that's it.
Okay.
There's nothing I can do with that.
And so if this investigation had resulted in the arrest and conviction of Robert Baker or anyone else, not including Mrs. Sementilli, it would have remained in your back pocket.
I'm not a psychologist, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Just a homicide detective.
But once you knew that she was charged and your investigation, you believed, had led to the prosecution of her, then you thought it was significant, correct?
Could be.
Took it out of your back pocket and said it for the first time before the grand jury.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there anything else about the conduct of Monica Sementilli that first day, first night that you went to the scene that you felt was unusual or you put in your back pocket, for instance?
No.
She answered all the questions you had, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and told you where she had been that day, where Fabio was located when she left and when she came back and so forth and so on.
She answered all of our questions. I had nothing to go on whether they were accurate or not, but she answered every question.
Understood. And there were many other times when you called her and asked her to answer more questions or come out or do a walkthrough or so forth, correct?
Yes.
And every time she agreed and complied with your request, is that correct?
Okay.
Just, if she could, I mean, I know there were times she was out of town and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, yes. I did, some of the accuracy of her answers were definitely not good.
In your mind, obviously.
Your Honor, I would object to counsel's statement.
It's argumentative.
Strike his statement.
Statements of counsel cannot be stricken by law, but it's improper.
All right.
I'd ask the court to advise the jury.
Witness statements can be stricken. Counsel statements can just be admonished. Good enough, counsel?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Fine with me. Fortunately, in this case, obviously, we have transcripts of all the interviews and all the times you came out to the scene.
Yes.
You have questions concerning some of those answers, and obviously, the jury's going to hear that and our responses, and that's what we're here about.
Yes.
But my point is, At no time did she say to you, you know, I've got an attorney and I've decided not to talk to you anymore.
No, she didn't say that.
At a couple of times, she even said to you, friends have been asking me to get a private investigator. Do you think I should do that? Right?
Yes.
And your response was, not necessary, we're getting close, you don't need it, basically.
She could do it if she wanted to. It's not. It has nothing to do with our investigation.
No, yeah, but do you recall in your response you said, we're getting close, don't worry about it, we'll get there. Is that right?
Yes.
And each time that she requested or talked to you about that or getting a private investigator, you continually said, we're almost there, we're about to solve this case, be patient.
Yeah,
we'll
essentially,
get there.
don't waste your money. We got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There were even times when she asked permission to go back to Canada for a memorial service and so forth.
I'm going to object. That assumes facts, not evidence.
I haven't heard the rest of the question. You may finish your question.
She had indicated you at times she could not meet you at the time that you had requested because she was going back for a memorial service for her husband, correct?
Overruled?
Yes.
And you said, fine, we'll make it another time. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you ever go back to the location and take a look at the safe?
I don't believe I did.
If this was indeed a no-knock burglary, you would have expected valuable items to have been taken. Is that correct?
Knock knock. Burglary?
Yes, knock. Yes.
I would assume so. Yeah.
Okay. Did you get a list from her of the items that she said she thought was missing and so forth?
At some point, yes.
Mostly that was costume jewelry. You said they didn't take the good stuff.
I think a set of pearls and currency. Yes.
And you had noticed, I believe, that there was a Rolex watch on the wrist of Fabio Sementilli when he died, correct?
Yes.
And it had remained there, had not been taken, correct?
Correct.
Which you thought was unusual if this was a knock-knock burglary. Or am I wrong?
I can explain if you'd like, but if you're going to take the time to, if you're going to go to somebody's place and do and if someone's present there, if you're going to someone's home and someone's present, it's no longer a burglary. Now you have a home invasion robbery. If you're going to go to that extent and you're going to kill the person, you might as well take what's of value on them, correct? I mean, if you're going to go to all that work.
Okay.
So that's what we were believing.
And especially if you were staging a robbery or burglary, you would take the expensive items, correct?
Well, I'm going to object. That calls for speculation.
Sustained.
In your experience? In your experience?
Same
Would,
objection.
if a burglary was being staged to cover up a murder, for instance, would you expect the Rolex and other expensive items to have been taken?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think I've come across too many staged burglaries in my experience.
Okay.
So I don't know if I have expertise to answer that.
Okay. But the fact that the Rolex watch was not taken for you meant what?
Again, if you're going to go through all of the work and risk of not only burglarizing a house where no one is home, but if you're going to go there and commit a home invasion robbery, I would assume that you're going to take the valuable property that's there, including whatever is on the person's body.
And the fact that it was not taken was one item of evidence that you thought led to the fact that this may not have been a burglary, but instead a murder.
It's one piece, yes.
Okay. Okay. And that didn't, once you got the DNA results, the idea that this was a murder did not change. Is that correct?
You mean a burglary or?
Well, the idea that it was a burglary did not change. You were convinced it was not a burglary. This was a...
Right, it was always a murder.
A murder.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So once you made that determination, Detective Verna, again, your sole goal was to find as much evidence as you could against Monica Sementilli to tie her with Robert Baker.
My job was to solve this case, sir.
Okay. And that included, as you said, finding as much evidence as you could to document her contact and her affair with Robert Baker.
At the time, there was a strong suspicion that she may have been involved in what's going on in this case.
And your job
And
was
that's why we were doing what we were doing.
and your job was to find evidence to prove that that was true or not true. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's what you did throughout your investigation, correct?
Yes.
Up to and including the arrest of Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli. Is that right?
Somewhat correct. We gave the case to Robbery Homicide Division at, again, sometime in March. And at that point, they were directing the progress of the case. We were present because we had a relationship with Monica as far as communication goes. But they were taking the wheel at that point.
And you took advantage of that relationship to be the primary contact between yourself and Monica Sementilli, correct?
Advantage?
Well, you used it to try to get evidence, correct?
I don't know how much we gained by remaining in contact with her, except for there would need to be a person that needed to be in contact with her.
Well, who decided it was going to be you as opposed to someone else?
We had built a rapport, sir.
Okay. So using that rapport, you took advantage of that to stay in contact with her and, in effect, to lie to her about what the investigation had revealed, where it was leading, and what you already knew about it.
Well, I don't agree with your word advantage. I mean, we didn't really have much of an advantage. We were basically just a point of contact at that point, and if you look back, I don't think there's a ton of evidence that we gained between that period of March to June. I mean, there were some phone calls that were made, but there was nothing super significant that was found out. So I think the term advantage is not correct.
Exactly. You didn't find a whole bunch of evidence to tie her at that time.
That's not what I said. I said the phone calls did not show much.
Okay. And the visits to the scene with her as well. I'll withdraw the question.
All right.
I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
Very briefly. When you spoke to the defendant after learning from her daughter Jessica that Baker had spent the night in her mother's bed while her father Fabio was out of town, and you asked her specifically about all the individuals in the racquetball league, specifically a person named Robert. The defendant lied to you at that point, correct? She told you she thought his last name was Baker, correct?
That's what she said, yes.
You also were asked about multiple questions with respect to why this didn't look like it was consistent with the knock-knock burglars. None of those cases involved a murder of someone, a homeowner, correct?
That I'm aware of, yes.
On top of that, in those cases, they went out of their way not to contact anybody who might have been in the home, correct?
It appeared that way, yes.
And as I asked you a few days ago, last week, in this case, it appeared that the homeowner was targeted as opposed to any property in the house. Is that right?
Yes.
And so at that point, it didn't fit the profile of a home burglary. Is that right?
It was inconsistent with the crimes that were occurring in that area, yes.
And more than that, as you pointed out, given that the homeowner was in the residence or outside of the residence, the one room that was targeted, the master bedroom, had an indication that the burglary was subsequent to the murder, correct?
Yes.
Where the victim was on the back patio area. Is that right?
Correct.
In addition to attempting to conceal her familiarity with the person whose DNA came back to the crime scene as well as in the car, in this case, the defendant also lied to you with respect to her knowledge of a life insurance policy where she was the main beneficiary, correct?
That's argument.
Sustained.
Did the defendant lie to you regarding the fact that she was the main beneficiary on a life insurance policy?
Argumentative.
Sustained.
Did the defendant tell you the truth regarding the fact that she was the main beneficiary on a life insurance policy?
Argumentative.
Sustained.
Did the defendant ever mention to you that she knew she was the main beneficiary on a life insurance policy?
No.
Along with the affair-raising suspicions, did her repeated lies also raise suspicion?
Objection, argumentative.
It is sustained.
Going back to when you were asked about your testimony before the grand jury and you said that was the first time you were asked the question, in looking at that portion of your testimony, does that actually indicate that you were asked the question about the defendant's demeanor for the first time in a court?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Any recross?
Yes, Your Honor. Concerning the life insurance, you were aware, were you not, that a party to a murder could not benefit by getting the life insurance under the current state of the law in California?
No, Judge, it's irrelevant.
I'll title.
It's overruled.
I'm not aware of that specific law. We generally handle gang homicides in our bureau. So
All right, I'm going to object, Your Honor. I think that's non-responsive.
No, it explains why this person's not knowledgeable in this area.
gang members don't typically have life insurance policies, so it's not something I dealt with all the time.
Well, were you never informed by the district attorney's office or anyone else in law enforcement that you should contact MetLife and tell them that Monica Sementilli, in your mind, was a suspect in this case, and therefore she should not be awarded the life insurance you would ordinarily have been due from MetLife?
I'm pretty sure indirectly that's what was going on.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm pretty sure indirectly that's what was going on.
What do you say indirectly?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell somebody that hey, we're investigating her as the one of the suspects of this case. It's not going to happen.
Well,
I don't care who they are.
But you were aware, LAPD, and you were aware that she had life insurance with MetLife,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware it hadn't been paid because she was asking you about it, correct? And when were you going to find out who the hell killed her husband?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's argumentative and it's also cumulative.
It's overruled.
Say it again.
She was constantly hounding you about when you were going to find out who killed her husband.
She was.
Correct? And also the fact that until you found who killed her husband or cleared her, they would not award her the life insurance, correct?
She was going to have to wait. You're right.
Right. And her children as well?
I'm not aware of the children, if the children got paid out or not.
All right. And she even indicated to you that she may have to move because of what was going on financially and so forth.
Decisions have consequences, sir.
Okay. Well, my question is, did she tell you that?
Yes.
And that whatever salary MetLife, his company, P&G, were paying was going to run out after 6 months, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she even asked you, you know, if that was all right, if she moved or whatever, and you said that's up to you, correct?
Yep.
So every time she contacted you and was asking what the hell was going on with this case, you basically led her on to say, don't worry, we've got it. DNA's going to match. We'll take care of it, correct?
We had it, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further other people?
Yes, just briefly. That's what homicide investigators do, right?
Objection. That's
You
not-
investigate. You don't give your inside information of your investigation to the person you're investigating.
Based on the totality of the question, it's overruled. But next time there's an objection, stop.
I'm sorry?
Next time there's an objection, stop and let me say something.
I-
There's an objection in the middle of your sentence. I would not have allowed the objection, but you need to stop so I can rule.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Okay. You may
Didn't
answer.
Can you repeat
Sure.
it?
As a homicide investigator, or as a homicide investigator, you don't tell suspects that you're investigating them, correct?
Unless you got a really good reason to do so.
And you don't tell them what evidence you have against them, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Any further?
Just one question. A real good reason might have been to say, Monica Sementilli, we know you're having an affair with Robert Baker. He was a killer in this case. You tell us what happened. You never said that to her.
She's the one that said her boyfriend was her husband, and that was not the case.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further other people?
No.
Thank you, Detective Verna. You're
Thank you.
excused. Please may I call the next witness?
You can call Matthew Nurse.
Heads up, there's a holiday next week, and some days that we're going to be dark next week. The holiday is Lincoln's birthday on the 12th. We'll be dark on Thursday and Friday. Monday is President's Day. What a great job. That's also a holiday.
What about Wednesday, Lauren?
12. You mean this Wednesday? Yeah, that's a holiday.
You could please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. Adjust the microphone so we can hear you. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Matthew Nurse, MATHEWNURSE.
Microphone, please, a little louder. Proceed, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Nurse.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about the year 2017, but before I get there, what do you do for a living now?
I'm an innovation engineer at Nike.
What does that mean?
I work for NXT Footwear Department that create future footwear product coming out for the future.
All right. Now, back in 2017, that time frame, did you live in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do for employment back during that time frame?
I worked at LA Fitness.
And is that the LA Fitness in Woodland Hills?
Correct.
What did you do there?
I was a personal trainer.
Okay. And I think a personal trainer might be self-explanatory, but what specifically did you do as a personal trainer?
Train people to get better physically and get them in shape if they wanted to.
So do you have individual clients then at LA Fitness?
Yeah, it was a one-on-one training type.
And how long had you been working there? As of, let's go with January of 2017, how long have you been working there?
4 years.
Now, the defendant sitting in court over here with the long dark hair, the black suit next to the gentleman in the gray suit, do you recognize her?
Yes.
How do you recognize her?
She was one of my clients.
And how do you know her? What name do you know her by?
Monica
Do you know her last name?
Sementilli.
Was she what? You said she was one of your clients. When did she join the gym, if you know?
I think it was 2 years after I started.
Okay, so do you know what year that would be?
17, 16, maybe 14, 15, 2015 or 14.
Okay, somewhere in that time frame, she joined the gym. And did you immediately become her trainer?
Yes, I believe so.
And what did that involve as far as, did you have individual training sessions with her in LA Fitness?
Yeah, so once you become a member of LA Fitness, they put you through a process and give you option to sign up with a personal trainer. And then I became her trainer. It was a one-on-one, and I think the contract was for a year. It was 6 months or a year.
How long then would you meet with her, like during a week? Was it once a week, twice a week?
I think it was once a week.
Okay, so once a week she would come to the gym, you would train her. And during that time, did you start building a friendship or a relationship with her?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during that time frame then, we're just talking about that first contract. Do you believe it was, did you say 6 months or a year?
Yes.
Do you know which it was?
It might have been 6 months.
Okay. That first 6 months that you're training her, did you start talking to her about personal things?
Yes.
Did she talk to you at all about her family or her home life?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She would talk about her kids, and then she told me she was unhappy in her marriage.
Do you recall when that happened? And again, we're in this first 6 month time frame. Are we still in 2015, or have we moved on to the next year?
Maybe moved on.
Okay,
I
so
can't
around
recall.
sometime in 2016?
Yes.
Do you know, if you recall, how that conversation came up?
I think she said she was unhappy and that she thought he was cheating on her.
Did she say anything else that you remember?
Not that I recall.
Did that conversation then continue? I'm unhappy in my marriage. She told you that. Did she ever talk about it again during that first 6 months?
Maybe again.
Okay.
I can't recall.
You think maybe, but you don't recall?
Yeah.
Okay. Was your impression then that, based on her words, she wasn't in a happy marriage?
Yes.
It's overruled, so based on this witness's subsequent conduct.
Now, you said she talked about her kids, too. What did she tell you about her kids?
She just told me about her two daughters, both in high school.
Okay. Did she seem like she did things with her daughters and was a good mom to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the marriage, did you give her any advice on her marriage when she told you that she was in an unhappy marriage?
I asked her, when she told me she was unhappy, I said, why don't you just get a divorce?
And what did she say to you?
Why throw away 20 years?
Did you ask her anything further about that?
No.
Did you ever talk to her again about getting a divorce or leaving her husband?
No.
Now, during this first 6 months, did she ever show any interest in you romantically?
Yes.
How so? Can you explain how that occurred?
I think it was a lot of flirting, and she asked me out for drinks one time.
And did you take that asking out of drinks to be a proposition to have more of an intimate relationship?
Yes.
Did you go out?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. That calls for the conclusion and speculation.
Again, the way to show this witness this subsequent conduct is overruled.
When she asked you out for drinks, was this the time frame when you were actually, at that time, training her in the gym?
Yes.
And the conversation out for drinks, were you actually, like, physically doing a training session at that time, if you remember?
I can't remember if it was training or not.
Okay, so that first 6 months, did you have any interaction with the defendant other than just training her in the gym?
No.
So, in other words, did you ever go sit off to the side and have coffee together and talk about life, or was it strictly just training sessions?
Strictly training.
So during that time, she asked you out for drinks.
Yeah.
And did you go?
No.
Why didn't you go?
I wasn't interested.
Did you tell her you weren't interested?
I told her no.
Okay, did you expand on that or say any reason why?
No.
At that time, did you have a girlfriend or were you in any form of a relationship?
I was in a relationship.
So after that 6 months, you said no to going out to drinks. Did the training sessions continue then after that 6 months?
They did.
And what happened?
Yes, they did.
What happened?
She had said she wanted to continue training, but at her house.
Was this something normal that you did, go to people's houses to train them?
No.
Did that make you feel uncomfortable at all?
Objection, that's legal.
Overruled.
No.
Did you feel like that had anything to do with wanting to spend time with you since she'd already asked you out for drinks?
Yes.
Did you agree to train her at her house?
Yes.
Did she offer to pay you money for these training sessions at her house?
Yes.
How much was that, if you recall?
I think it was 50. 50 or 45. 40 or 50 between that.
So that would entail what? A workout session at her house for how long?
40 minutes.
Counsel, let me interrupt. We're taking our lunch and recess now until 1:30. The evidence applies not to discuss this case either among yourselves with anyone else in form or express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30. Mr. Nurse, I'll see you at 1:30 as well.
And he cuts him off in midstream. Like, hey, Mona, I think you said that. Oh, I got the sun in my face. That's so funny. He just like, hey, Mona, you were saying that. He just cuts him off. I mean, literally just cuts him off. And it's not even, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, it's, okay, we are a little bit behind, but that's amazing. And same at the end of the day, at 5 o'clock, boom, he cuts them off. Amazing. So he said they're going to be dark next Thursday and Friday. So that means we will be absolutely full on with, what's her face? Megan Boswell. You know, we're going to be watching that in the morning, but we'll be watching that next week. Oh, wait. No, they're going to be on break too. Well, anyway, we'll have a chance to catch up. All right, so let's just get to Mr. Verna there. Boy, he was... So we found out 145 swabs were taken. Robert Baker was a cold-blooded killer who was left on the streets. He said yes, and this was Cross. The focus was on building a case. They were trailing Baker and Monica. There was a separate policy only for son, Luigi the son. We found out a little bit about stock options. Didn't really go into much detail there. Julie, he said Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, I just heard Thursday and Friday, but we'll double check that. Because he said Lincoln's birthday and then Washington's birthday. But usually it's President's Day. They put that together. So anyway, we'll figure that out. We'll figure that out. But that's next week. So let's see what else. Oh, yeah, Fabio was the aggressor. That just seems, yeah, and he's like, he heard that. But, oh, and the ruse was the secretary filling out the release form for life insurance on June 14th. I thought it was they were doing an arrest warrant or whatever. So, and then they were arrested. They were arrested the 14th. So she called. She was talking to them on the phone, and then the secretary in the background is typing, and that was just a ruse. And then they ended up arresting them. He talked about the jury, grand jury transcript, no tears. You know, he's like, well, but people, you know, everybody grieves differently, so that's not a big deal. And Monica did answer all their questions. Definitely got a little spicy there. So the redirect came in after learning from Jessica about Baker sleeping in father's bed. Monica lied to you about Baker's last name, correct? And he said yes. She said, I don't know, Baker. I don't know Robert's last name. I don't know what it was. You know exactly why. Why are you lying to law enforcement? Don't lie. Don't lie. Why didn't this look like a knock-knock burglary? Because none of those cases resulted in a deletion of somebody. They wanted to get in and out. They didn't want to kill anybody. And then the spice came back in with the cross. He's like, you don't tell a suspect you're investigating them. Oh, super ball. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Oh, I got to show you this. Oh, she's being so cute. Super kitty. Oh, she's being so cute. Yes, oh, so cute, cute, cute. And then I get the bite. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Kitty, 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 kitty. Super ball. Super ball's being cute. Okay, so then Matthew Nurse came on. Matthew Nurse came on, and he is currently an innovation engineer at Nike, but he was a personal trainer at LA Fitness. He trained Monica. She was one of his clients. They met once a week. Monica told him that she was unhappy in her marriage, and that was sometime in 2016. This is the first time we heard this. Fabio was cheating on her, and she was unhappy. Interesting, right? Talk to the daughters. She seemed to be a good mom. Did you give advice about unhappy marriage? He said, no. Why don't you just get a divorce? Why? And she said, why throw away 30 years of marriage? I got to close this. Okay. Okay. Close that up. There we go. All right. Yeah, why don't you just get a divorce? She said, why throw away 20 years of marriage? Monica showed interest in him, asked him out for drinks. He viewed that as a proposition for a more intimate relationship. He said they was strictly training on his part. They never really talked about other things. He said, I wasn't interested. I was already in a relationship. Yeah. Trial Junkies United. The Queen found a chewy toy, Dad's hand. She does that often. Let's see. The training continued, but Monica wanted to be trained at her house. He said he did not feel uncomfortable with that, and he agreed to continue to train Monica at her house, and that was for $40 to $50. He said for about 40 minutes. So then they take a lunch break, which I am going to do as well. But let's see what you guys are up to. Anything you guys talking about here? Yes, Super Ball is cute. Yes, that's Super Ball. Everybody loves Super Ball. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, isn't that what you do when you have an affair, throwing away your marriage? Or is it just me that thinks that, right? You just don't throw away 20 years of marriage, but you're still, yeah. Love hurts if you were loved by a cat anyway. Yes. So Julie says President's Day is the 17th. So that's on the Monday. He did mention that. And he said Thursday and Friday, which is, I guess, Lincoln's birthday. Well, here, let's look it up. Let's look up when are LA courts. Let's see. LA courts. LA courts schedule. What are the LA court schedules? No, I don't want to allow. Here, court calendar. That's what I want. ca.gov. All right. Holidays next week. Lincoln's birthday, the 12th. Thursday and Friday. He said the 12th a few times. That's Wednesday. All right, let's figure this out. Judicial branch holidays. That's what I want. Okay. Lincoln's birthday is February 12th. President's Day is the 19th. But those are both Mondays. So, wait a minute. The 12th? Oh, that's 2024. Where is frickin' California courts. California court holiday 2025. Why can I not find this? Here we go. Superior Court, Judicial Court. All right. Finally. All right. Wednesday, February 12th. So Wednesday, February 12th is Lincoln's birthday, and then Monday, February 17th. So why was he saying Thursday and Friday they're going to be dark? Right? What is going on? What is happening? California courts will be closed in observance of the following holidays. Wednesday, February 12th, Monday, February 17th. And then Monday, March, well, we don't care about March. So why was he saying they were going to be dark Thursday and Friday when they're going to be closed Monday and Wednesday? Wow. All right. Very interesting. Yeah, he said they would be dark Thursday, Friday, and Monday, even though Wednesday is the holiday. That makes no sense, Judge. Wednesday, February 12th, and then Monday, February 17th. All right, so whatever. We'll look it up. Yes, I just looked up the California court holidays. Here, I'll even bring it up. Let's discuss it together. I love this option. Thank you for Aaron for setting this up. All right. This is so much fun because I can bring you guys with me. All right, let that kick in for a second. I'm real happy. He probably has a golf tournament. That's funny. Ola says Wednesday, Monday is what he said, I thought. Yeah, I wrote down they're going to be dark Thursdays and Fridays. Well, whatever. We'll get it sorted out. But let's just pull this up. Okay, here we go. Oh, I hate when it does this where it's like it should be. You can't really see that, can you? Ugh. Nor can I scroll. Okay, there we go. Wait, nope. Close that. All right, I'm not able to scroll. Oh, come on. Ugh. All right, that didn't work out. I'll do this. All right. There. Holiday schedule 2025. The California courts will be closed in observance of the following holidays. So Lincoln's birthday Wednesday and then President's Day on Monday. So we'll have to just play it by ear. Worst case scenario is we will Lily Wayne, I heard Thursday, Friday, female lawyer said Wednesday. Yeah, okay. Well, then that's clearly it shows, Wednesday. Why they're going to be off Thursday and Friday too, I do not know. Yes, we could replay that bit at the end. We could do that. Well, in any event, we're going to be watching Megan Boswell, so that may give us an opportunity to catch up with her trial. All right, and he'll tell us. He'll tell us again. Don't worry. We will have ample time to hear what he has to say. Well, that's true. Maybe the judge has other cases to hear Thursday and Friday. That's true. Aaron says that. Good point. Good point. Follow says slackers. And therapist, banker hours. Lily Wayne, judge is busy Thursday and Friday. That's what Aaron said. Yeah, maybe he's got other cases he has to worry about. Could be. Hey, Mona, they have 14 paid holidays. Makes me miss working for the government. Yep. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna go grab some food. Let me put you back. Put you back here. I will put you back here. I'm gonna go grab some food. I'm gonna play some music. Get some music going for you guys, and I will be back as soon as I can. Hey guys, I am back from my lunch. Let's readjust said camera there. All right, let's check in on trial here. See if they are even close to being back from lunch. Let's see. All right, they are still. They're still at lunch. So I guess this judge has a delay too on top of everything. But Judge Cohen, not that that really should matter, but you know, we'll just keep it there for now. Make myself a little bit bigger. And Psychosaurus Rex, hello to you. Just raise that up a little bit. How are you guys doing? Irish Amy says, welcome back, Squeegee and Aaron. Yay! So, oh, and Groovy Cheryl, thank you for the cups of coffee. Appreciate that. Let me give you a shout out here too. Groovy Cheryl, always appreciate that. Yes, coffee came. Yes, Groovy Cheryl, thank you for the cups of coffee. Appreciate it. Did the coffee come? And yes, thank you for the cups of coffee. Hey, Psychosaurus Rex. How are you doing? Brendan Meyer, good. Hope your lunch was good. Yep. Groovy Cheryl, thank you so much. Yeah, Lily Wayne. Anyone know why there's a Roman soldier on the coat of arms? Yeah, we like to do this. Let's investigate while we have the time. What is the state of, let's see, state of California seal. Should be state seal. All right, here we go. The Great Seal of California. It was designed and adopted in 1849. It shows Athena, so that's Athena. From Greek mythology, alternately Minerva from Roman mythology, goddess of wisdom and war. Because she was born an adult and California was never a territory. So I guess it was just born a state. Is that what they're saying? There's a grizzly bear, as we see the grizzly bear. That's the official state animal. We know that. Feeding on grapes, on grapevines, representing California's wine production. Right? A sheaf of grain, representing agriculture. A miner. You see the miner back there, right? Representing California gold rush and the mining industry. Sailing ships. The sailing ships representing the state's economic power. And the word Eureka, meaning I have found it, is the California state motto. The original design of the seal was by U.S. Army Major Robert S. Garnett and engraved by Albert Kuhner. Oh boy. However, because of the friction then in existence between military and civil authorities, Garnett was unwilling to introduce the design to the Constitutional Convention, so convention clerk Caleb Lyon introduced it as his own design with Garnett's approval. Garnett later became the first general to be deleted in the Civil War, where he served as a Confederate. Did not know that. Yes, Minerva. Hey, Mona says Minerva, alternate, well, yes, it's either Minerva or Athena, but either way, we'll go with Minerva. So it is not Athena? Okay, we got to tell Wikipedia. Wikipedia, you are wrong. It is not Athena, it is Minerva. Groovy Cheryl, what city or county is this trial in? It is in Los Angeles. Oh, Psychosaurus Rex, which we have hunted into oblivion, so our bear is the golden bear, yet we didn't even bother protecting them. Yeah. Yes, one is Roman, one is Greek. So Greek is Athena, Minerva is Roman. But yeah, pretty interesting. So Minerva slash Athena, however you want to say it. Well, they go both ways. So we'll just go with Minerva. She is introduced as a type of the political birth of the state of California without having gone through the probation of a territory. So there you go. Yes. Roman goddess of wisdom, craftsmen, and warriors, Minerva was fully born as an adult. She symbolizes California's political birth as a full-fledged state without having previously been a territory. Lily Wayne says, my daughter majored in the classics, so I will test her on it. Yes, there will be a pop quiz at the end of this. It's a nice seal as seals go, right? Well, whatever Comcast did, they've done us right. Hour and a half in, no frames are dropped, which means we're keeping a solid connection. So even though they took us down there for 10 minutes or so, right now it seems pretty good. Yes, real happy. Love a good history lesson. We do as well. Psychosaurus Rex. What's the state's opening for this trial? Was the state's really 5 hours long? Yes, it was 5 hours and 15 minutes by my calculations. Day 1 was 4 hours. Day 2 was 1 hour and 15 minutes. And then the defense came in and they were 2 hours. So yeah. Yeah, as seals go, it is nice. Groovy Cheryl, Comcast is your cable company? Yeah, we've been at war with them since like last July. So, some days are better than others. Today seems like it might be a good day, even though they took us offline at like 3 o'clock. But right now we seem to be okay. It's interesting, Groovy, I think you're out in California, right? That Comcast is all the way out there. I think I had them up in New York, too. Irish Amy says, I always ramble on when it's history related, like the openings in this case. Haha, so sorry about that. Lily Wayne, awful opening. She gave a lot. Silverman, is that her name? Her last name is Silverman. Still getting used to the names here. Beth Silverman is the prosecutor. She gave a lot of information. No question about that. So much so, I'm like, what are you going to leave for the trial? But there are a few little nuggets coming in. Like Fabio was unfaithful. That's what Monica told Matthew Nurse. Groovy Cheryl, you are out in California. Cool. Yeah, this Matthew Nurse, we didn't hear about him. I hope I spelled his name right. I have M-A. Isn't Matthew spelled with two T's? All right. I got to write him down. So he's the sixth witness, Matthew Nurse. I love the names in this trial, right? We heard from Corey Hawk, fantastic name. She's a criminalist. Crime scene biological collection person. I love that name. And then now we have Matthew Nurse. He was Natalie's trainer. I'm sorry, Natalie, listen to me. Monica's trainer. But now he is an innovation engineer at Nike. But back in 2017, he was a trainer to Monica. So yeah, first time we heard about Monica propositioning somebody else, right? So we heard that today. We heard from Mr. Verna. He was on the stand the end of day 3, all of day 4, and then now the beginning of day 5. So he was on for a long time. Hey, Mona says, Silverman mentioned the trainer she propositioned who turned her down in her opening. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. I did not remember that. I'm sure that was positioned in hour 3. Or maybe that was hour 4 of her 5+. I like her. It's not. I'm not knocking her at all. Miss Silverman is as prosecutors go. I have no problem with her. Yeah, Psychosaurus Rex. Not gonna lie, when I first heard about this case, I thought it was Fabio, like the Fabio, long blonde hair, linen unbuttoned shirts guy. I think some other people thought that as well, but it was not, or it is not. Fabio. That's funny. Yep. Irish Amy. Me too. I was expecting all the romance novel covers being pictured. Well, if you look at our thumbnails, we always have the defendant, and then we always try to put the victims on, or survivors. So we try to do that. Try to, represent, have everybody represented. So you'll see Fabio in the thumbnail. He's in the background. Oh, here, let me pull him up. So there's Fabio. So Fabio's there. I suppose he could have had long hair at one point, but different Fabio. Yeah, Irish Amy. This Fabio could have done that Fabio's hair. That's so true. Hey, Mona says, so did I. They pumped up the famous part. I'd not heard of him. Yeah, apparently he was hairdresser to Jennifer Lopez, Russell Crowe, Jackie Chan, and Jennifer Love Hewitt, among others. So I would say that makes him a hairdresser to celebrities. I will stand by that. Widespread panic. Fabio had such a sweet countenance. Yeah. I know, he did. Yeah, by all accounts, he was just a really nice, sweet guy. Terrible way to go out. But I guess, is there ever a good way to go out? I don't know. Or a non-terrible way? Lily Wayne wants to know, I wonder who cut his hair. Fabio's? Well, Irish Amy, Aaron would agree with that. Haha, right? There aren't enough long-haired men around, in your opinion? I agree. So Matthew Nurse brought in, he was the trainer. Why didn't you just get a divorce? She says, why throw away 20 years of marriage? Don't forget, she had gotten divorced before, too, and Fabio as well. He had a son, Luigi, by a previous marriage. So that was one of the defense's arguments of, well, prosecution was saying she can't get divorced. She comes from a strict Catholic Italian, upbringing. Divorce in her family is frowned upon, and but she had gotten so then the defense came back and said, well, she had gotten a divorce previously, so. She was used to divorce. She did get one divorce. So do you think a lot has been revealed so far? I usually like to do polls. Lily Wayne, yes, this Fabio can't cut his own hair and it's short in the picture. Well, he was a hairdresser. I'm sure he had plenty of friends. Widespread panic. Why throw away 20 years of marriage? Because you are constantly cheating. Gina Farley, she did everything but get divorced. Real Happy 33. We are a long-haired male family. I love it. Yes. Aaron likes my hair long. I used to have hair down to my waist back in the day, and I have pictures to prove it. And video, too. Back when it was video and not, But. Hey, Mona says he mentored lots of stylists. They adored him. Is this, hey Mona, is this getting press out there? Are the local, local news covering it? Local creators, is it getting news out there? Lily Wayne says instead of throwing away 20 years of marriage, she threw away her husband. Yeah. Queen Olive Ruth Ann. Maybe her family hassled her so much about first divorce and she didn't want to go through a second. That is true. Irish Amy. To me, the divorce issue actually makes her look more guilty to me. If she was okay with divorce, I feel like the money was a clear motive. Yeah. Oh, therapist, please show us. All right, I will. I've got pictures. Hey Mona, not that much. I just looked for whatever I could find once you got me interested in this trial. I remember reading about it when it happened. So there's not much going on right now. Interesting. Widespread panic. If it's one thing if you have an agreement to be polymorous, but if you don't, you're throwing your marriage away. Yep. Capri Law, we are back. Yes and no, kind of. We're waiting for court to kick in, but yes. I am back. Let's see. Widespread panic. I'm not looking forward to the closing arguments. Well, expect them to be just as long, unless, as Hey Mona says, maybe the judge will limit the times. I found it interesting. We were watching Natalie Cochran, and the judge asked them, "How long will they be?" And they came up with it. They came up with the time frame. Hey Mona says, when you talked about Super Bowl, it reminded me of all the Super Bowl battles we used to have. Good memories. Ozzy, yay, finally caught up. What time is it there? Almost 10 p.m. here, just hanging on. For us, it's almost 5 o'clock Eastern. So you're five hours ahead of us. And Ozzy, on Wednesday, I'm going to have my Shoot the Shit with Squeegee, 8 o'clock our time, which unfortunately will be, around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning for you. But I'm going to have on True Crime Addicts, who is a content creator out of England. She's over in the UK. So she's going to be talking about her trials. So it'll be cool. We love our UK peeps. Widespread Panic says it's 1:48 p.m. there. Oh, I'm sorry. There. Yes. So here on the East Coast, it's almost 5. There on the West Coast, it's almost 2. Real happy. Everyone mistakes my youngest for a girl. Yeah, I had that share of it. You know, I'm in my 20s and I would get, excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. I don't get that anymore. Yeah, True Crime Addict. She was in our chat a little bit earlier, but yep, she's going to be on. She's a content creator out of the UK. We'll talk more about that on the Wednesday stream. Trial Junkies United. Hopefully someone in the DA's office will tell her to keep it short, right? Irish Amy says, Ozzy, also in the UK and hanging in there with you. Yeah, thank you guys. Really appreciate people from different time zones hanging out with us. You know, we do appreciate that, you know. JM suggests you could do a rewatch if you can't see live. That is true. All right, Queen Olive Ruth Ann, all showered, makeup done. Daughter is going to pick me up in 2 hours for an appointment for babies. Then my hubby and I are going out to dinner for our 13th anniversary. Fantastic. Congratulations to you. 13 years. Therapist, you know, hopefully her husband or friends will give her a heads up. Oh, for Silverman, Miss Silverman? No, I mean, she does a lot. There's a lot of moving pieces, moving parts, whatever the saying is, lots of pieces to the puzzle, lots of moving parts. I get it. I don't necessarily agree that she should have given us all that she gave, but, you know. Queen Olive, like usual, I'll take my phone. Careful. Come on now. I mean, yes, but focus on your husband. And happy anniversary. Unless your husband likes, you know, if he's cool listening to hearing me drone on and on, then that's cool. Everybody sing happy anniversary to you. Irish Amy, the 1:30 a.m. will probably have to be rewatched though. That's fine. Yeah, because we go on at 8 our time. So yeah, it'll be late for you guys. Laura Dad, hello, also from the UK watching with you. Thank you so much. Our UK pals, our UK peeps. UK representing. Whoop, whoop. Capri Law, my husband is definitely used to hearing your voice, Squeegee. That's funny. What a great evening and congratulations on 13 years. Yep, what a better way to celebrate your anniversary listening to California versus Sementilli. Widespread Panic. The prosecutor's opening reminded me of my first book report in 5th grade. I did a page-by-page summary of the entire book. My poor teacher. Oy. Hey, Mona, the judge is good at leaving but not coming back on time. That is true. Well, I said 5 o'clock he'd be coming back, so I just took a wild stab at that. So we'll see if he's actually coming back or not. Yes, Capri, I hope your husband is cool with that. Lily Wayne, are any trials shown live in the UK? That is a no. We talked to legal-minded friends, Karen Cole. We had her on in November or December. I can't even remember. I think it was December. And they do not show live trials in the UK. They show sentencings, I think, but they don't show live trials. Which yeah, Ozzy, only sentencings. Right? That's a bummer, because trust me, I would absolutely be covering trials in the UK, without a doubt. I love watching Parliament. Man, you guys like go at it over there. UK, some Parliament hearings I love watching. They're just amazing. Yeah, Irish Amy, you've never seen one. I thought it wasn't permitted here. Ozzy, it's cringing to watch with the wigs and gowns. I know. Yeah, that doesn't really bother me, though. I don't know. Doesn't bother me. Irish Amy, like they don't release autopsy photos to the public here. Yeah. Capri Law, I love that judges still wear wigs in the UK. Yeah, it's tradition, right? Nothing wrong with tradition. Sometimes tradition is a good thing. Sometimes it's not. Just checking out Super Ball sleeping in the sun there. She's catching some rays of the sun. So I haven't taken any polls yet for this trial. I usually do polls. I try to do polls often. I'm trying to think of some polls that I could, what are some polls that we could come up with? How cool a name is Corey Hawk to be a criminalist? So for those that don't know, we're going to be picking up on Megan Boswell. Jury selection started today, so tomorrow in the morning we're going to pick up on her. But we'll only do till noon or whenever Sementilli kicks in, and then we'll jump back over to 25 more minutes. Oh, your Lord, help me. 25 more minutes? Yeesh. This judge is going to kill me. Maybe watching it in rewatch isn't such a bad idea. Ozzy, as much as I love watching your trials, I'm not sure I'd want that here. It can be so intrusive. Irish Amy agrees. I like the transparency, I have to say. I like the transparency. Widespread panic. I would love it if the judges had a choice in the wig they wear, like one dude in the 80s metal wig, then next guy next to him is Ziggy Stardust get up. Real Happy 33, I don't know because I'm not following it. Obviously my attention is here, but if you guys want to search and see if they've seated a jury, I know Grizzly's covering it, so see what she says. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, so we'll be here for both trials, right? Yep. Those are going to be long days. Yep, but thank you for showing both. Yep. Yes, yes, and yes. Laura Dad, I've never seen a live trial here in the UK, just news reports of sentencing and other news to do with certain cases. Yeah. Irish Amy, David Bowie was my ideal man, so if they were dressing like Ziggy Stardust, I would be all for it. Yep. Lily Wayne, towards the end of the aisle, how long will the state's closing be? Yep, that's a good one for sure. Oh, we also have 2 Karen Reeds. We got a Karen Reed Thursday and Friday. So that's the Crash Daddies. That's ARCA. So I will definitely be covering the Crash Daddies. That's going to be Thursday and Friday. So it's again, last week was a busy week. This week's going to be just as busy. Hey, Mona, agree. Transparency is important. It's curious federal court has no video policy. I agree. And some states. New York, I would love to. There was a bunch of cases out of New York I want to cover, but like that Goku, what's his name? The Long Island one. I wanted to cover that one, but that's probably not going to be streamed. The Navy guy that choked out the guy on the subway. I wouldn't have mind covering that one. Yeah, New York is one of those states that they don't let cameras in the court, which stinks. Yorkie, so glad you're showing Boswell. I've been waiting years for this one. Yeah. So Daniel Penny, yeah, that was the subway. Yeah, I would have covered that one. Ozzy, I just feel bad for all the witnesses having so much put on in public. True, and for the court staff, etc. Maybe just clips after the fact. Irish Amy, I do think transparency is good too. Just selfishly wouldn't want to be filmed, but then again, I don't intend to commit a crime. Haha. Yeah, we hope you don't. Irish Amy. Yeah, it is an invasion for sure, but I guess they figure if you've done the crime, then your privacy is put on hold, if you will. Laura Dad says, plus sentencing over here is really different to you guys. Life is rarely given here, and if so, judge sets a term. I've heard of people getting out after 25 years. Interesting. All right, Psychosaurus Rex. Can we watch Swan Boat Club Marcella Chidester trial on here? Pretty please. It'll be super interesting, methinks. I know absolutely nothing about that, but I can jot it down. I had a book all sorted out for that, and I tucked it away in a place, and I can't find it right now for potential cases. But let me jot that down. Therapist, thank you for this. Megan Boswell update. Jury selection is underway. First time jury sequestered in 15 to 20 years in that county. Trial could last a month. Really? They think a month? Wow. All these really long term. All right, wait, let me write this down. Marcella Chidester. Let me check her out. Interesting name. Marcella Chidester. Swan Boat Club crash. She was 67. Trial date set for March of next year. Okay, so that's coming up in March. All right. 67 was charged with numerous felonies after crashing into a Swan Boat Club in Monroe County. Oh, and she deleted 2 children. Oh, that stinks. All right. She was intoxicated, causing death. 8 and 5-year-old. All right. We will keep an eye out on that for that. We'll see where we stand with everything. Hey, Mona says, I've been subpoenaed several times and the interview alone was extremely uncomfortable. Can't imagine being in the hot seat. I know, right? Laura Dad, aggravated M is one that life means life. Generally, though, I've never been called for jury service and don't hear of it much. Psychosaurus Rex, but she's saying she wasn't drunk and she had a seizure in her leg. Well, her blood alcohol was 0.18, I just read. Well above the 0.08. Yeah, we're going to have another Jules Investigates with Devin Perkins' mom, Victoria, this Thursday. Devin was driving his girlfriend, Allie Spice, who had a huge TikTok following, and 2 of his friends in the back seat, and they were hit head on by a drunk driver driving with no lights on, going the wrong way, and Devin is being held accountable because he was driving they said he was going about 85 miles an hour, but he's being held accountable because he was speeding. So we're going to have his mother on. They just tried to appeal his verdict last Friday, so we're going to have his mother on again we had Victoria on before. Therapist you know says seizure in her leg, right? Is that restless leg syndrome? Is that what happened? She had a restless leg. Ooh, his Microdots did a video on that one. Julie says, can someone have leg seizures? I call them cramps. Well, what about what is it called? Restless leg syndrome, right? Doesn't that mean when your leg is restless? Psychosaurus Rex. And she is saying it's basically her seizur's fault and her seizure meds. Her doctor is also under separate investigation for not telling his patients they cannot drive despite seizure risks. Wow. JM, Julie, yes, I have it. It's called focus seizures. Is that, are you being, focal seizures. Julie says, I have those every day. So I guess they're not starting at 5. I should probably turn this off. Where's the text? Oops, nope. I can get rid of that one. All right, we can turn that off. Psychosaurus Rex. Nope, she does have a seizure disorder, which is what makes it so interesting, haha, but also a long, well-known history in her community for being a bit of a drunk. Okay. Yorkie says, for anyone not familiar with Boswell, Grizzly did a great 2-part recap over the weekend to catch people up. She did indeed, and we watched it. We also did a prep for Megan back in December, thinking that the trial was going to start then. So we found all, she had like 7 or 8 pretrial motions, hearings. So we covered all of those. So we kind of got a little taste of what she is, what her deal is. But yeah, definitely Grizzly did a great, as always, Grizzly did a great recap or trial prep. Groovy Cheryl, I have neuropathy in my leg. It is insanely painful, and I call them seizures as well because this kind of pain is so hard to explain. Oof, can't even imagine, you guys. I can't even imagine. Therapist, I bet there will be a lot of medical testimony in that one. Agreed. Psychosaurus Rex, so many interesting components to the case. That's why I think it'll be really good to watch. We can check it out if it's March. Stearns is going to be starting at the end of February, so we'll see. We'll get it. Psychosaurus Rex. Oh yeah, those Boswell recaps are rough, but I'm very interested in the trial now because of it. Mostly because I'm wondering what the heck her defense strategy will be. She told like 4 different stories. Accused 3 or 4 different people, a babysitter, her mom's boyfriend. Psychosaurus Rex. Apparently Boswell's family was featured on my Big Fat Gypsy Wedding TV show. Is that true? That I do not know. I do not know. I am aware of that. I think I've watched 5 minutes of it, but I don't know. But they're not called, well, somebody on Grizzly's show said they're not gypsies, even though that was Megan's words, but they're called Roma and or travelers. Pammy says Whitney has a speaking engagement to go to, so they divided and conquered that way. She will be in chat, however. Pammy, yes. Who is this? Why didn't I? Oh, so you're talking about on Defense Diaries? Okay, so she's not going to be on. Oh, that stinks. You scolded her and told her I've been bragging my butt off, but her cohort will be there and the message is the same. Please watch anyway. Yeah, we love Defense Diaries. We'll definitely check that out. That's at 8, I think, tonight. So Yorkie says, yes, they were on Gypsy Sisters. Pammy says, yes, dang it, Squeegee, she'll be in chat. Her co-host will be, though. Okay. Yeah, we're big fans of Bob and Allie. So whatever they produce, we like to watch and support. Groovy Cheryl says, thank you so much to Irish Amy. My husband doesn't understand one thing that I'm trying to explain, LOL. He thinks it's cramps. Okay, what? Aaron just found something. Pammy says, they're pretty cool people in person. They are super funny, Bob and Allie. So you've met them? That's cool. We watched that documentary about Gacy, and Bob's father represented. Was the defense for Gacy. So now we know where Bob gets his coolness from his dad, who represented Gacy. Ozzy, is the Gypsy shows USA ones? We had them in UK. I'm pretty sure they're here in the US. Pammy says, I have a few times. Yes, Whitney has lots of dealings with them. Very cool. So we're one degree separated from having met Bob and Allie. Woo! That's cool. Irish Amy says, Ozzy, yep. I've seen the UK one. Yes. Capri Law. Pammy just gets cooler and cooler. Yes, she does. And we're so glad that you're back, Pammy, from your operations there, your procedures, I should say, with the old teeth. Glad you're feeling better and you're back with us. Oh, you judge, you're killing me, man. We will never stop. We love you, Pammy. You're such a great addition to our chat. And when you're not around, we miss you. So Pammy, you're going to go in for a checkup, so it won't be in tomorrow's session. All right. No worries. Baca 3 Lazy Court. These judges are never follow the schedule of a YouTuber. Yes. Back at you, Pammy. Irish Amy says, hope it goes well and keep healing. Yes. Pammy says, thank you, everybody. Y'all are the sweetest. Therapist, who do they think they are, right? Don't they know that we have a whole YouTube channel out here waiting for them? Come on now, Judge. Ozzy, holy, I just searched USA Gypsy Wedding and watched 10 seconds. Yeah. I think that's all I've watched. I think Aaron has watched a little bit more than I have, but yeah. Julie says, gypsy weddings and their families, they are grifters. Well, somebody gave them a show, right? What were they on? I might just gotta make sure I'm live here. Hey Shirley, good to see you. Used to watch gypsy shows. They are a little cray-cray and violent. Julie says, therapists, you know, they everything off the books and as much off the grid. Travelers, Romas. Excuse me. Come on, Judge. Come on. It's really funny. I really had no idea that this was still a thing. Wait, Capri Law, why isn't that coming up? Oh, that's really weird. Capri Law, you're, oh, there it is. Wait. Huh. Okay, that's really weird. Capri Law, I can't bring up your comment there, your post. It goes from Julie to Ozzy. Ozzy, I've known some lovely Romani families, but none like the ones you see on TV. I avoid our local town on Sundays as it's grabbing day. JM, they always end up in a fight. Oh, you think, Julie, there is the sophisticated version of sovsits? I'm assuming grabbing day is like being robbed. Widespread panic asks Ozzy. I'm assuming grabbing day is probably, is that you get robbed? Is that what that means? Oh, Shirley Roth, ripping hair out, knocking each other on the floor. I mean, crazy stuff. Always when they have a wedding. Ozzy, grabbing is like going out on the pole, but the men literally grab the women. Awesome. Amy, Irish Amy, sovereign citizens, basically the people that don't believe in the government. There's a whole like body cam thing about sovsits. That Daryl Brooks was a sovereign citizen. People that you know, they go pro se. They think they're sovereign citizens. All right, hold on. I got to take this phone call.
Fabio Sementilli, defendant is present. All counsel are present. Jury and alters are present. Good afternoon. And Mr. Nurse, you're still under oath. You may continue.
Thank you. Mr. Nurse, where I left off, I was asking you some questions about the private training that you were going to do with the defendant. And just to reiterate, your testimony was that you were going to start providing workout sessions at her home. Is that correct? About 1 hour sessions at her home?
Yes, that's correct.
Previously marked exhibit number 9. Is that the house where you went to?
Yes.
Okay. When you were doing it, so did you in fact then start doing those sessions?
Yes.
And this would be about what time frame, if you recall? Like 2016?
Correct.
Like mid-year?
Maybe early 2016.
Okay, early. So you know that the murder occurred in January of 2017, backing up. Does that sound about right? A
Yes.
year prior to that? Is that what your thoughts
Yes.
are, somewhere that time frame?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you end up going to her house?
Approximately 5.
And when you went to her house, who was there?
Her daughter was there a couple times.
Do you know her daughters?
Yes.
Okay, and who are her daughters?
One was named Belle and Jessica.
Exhibit 11 up on the screen, do you recognize her?
Yes.
Is that Jessica?
That's Jessica.
And then exhibit 12, I'll put up on the screen. Do you recognize that as one of the daughters?
Yes.
Is that Isabella?
Yes.
Now, when you went to train with the defendant, did you only train her?
Yes.
And where did you train her?
Outside in the patio and in the living room area.
I'm sorry, I hit my hand. So if I'm mark is People's 55. Oh, I'm sorry, 30 mark. Can I withdraw that? People's Exhibit 9 is an aerial view of the backyard. Do you recognize as the backyard area of the Sementilli house?
Yes.
When you trained the defendant in the backyard, where did you train her?
Right along the pool side, close to the house.
So this walkway right here?
Yes.
Okay. When you trained her, were her daughters ever out there with you?
No.
Were they home at the time that you saw?
Yes.
What about People's 13, her husband, Fabio? Did you ever see him home when you trained her?
No.
Out of those, what did you say, 5, 6 times you never saw him there?
No.
Did she ever tell you where he was when you were training her at the house?
No, she never told me.
Now, while you're at the house training her, did she ever have any more conversations about her husband, Fabio?
No.
Did you ever see him come to the gym where you worked?
Yes.
How many times?
I think 2.
Can you explain when you saw him and what you saw him doing there?
I was training her at the time, and I think the first time he came up, and that's when I met him. He introduced himself, and I think he was working out or doing his own workout.
Okay. Did they work out together that you saw?
No.
Now, if I may mark this People's, this time 55, and photograph of an individual female.
Very well.
With the name Fariba, parentheses, Faye at the top. Do you recognize this person?
Yes.
How do you recognize that person?
Faye was also a client of mine.
So you knew her as Faye?
Yes.
And she worked out at the gym with you?
Correct.
Did you introduce her to Monica?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you do that?
Faye, I think at the time, was single and said she didn't have much friends and wanted a social life.
Okay.
So that's when I...
Were you already training Faye before you were training Monica?
I think I was training them both at the same time.
So you introduced them?
Yes.
Did they play in the same racquetball league then, if you know?
Yes.
Were you part of that league?
Occasionally.
So you trained and you played in the racquetball league?
Yes.
When you say occasionally, what does that mean?
I think the league was once a week, and when I could, I would play in the league. But if I had clients, I wouldn't play.
And that included playing with the defendant and Faye?
Yes.
Let me mark as People's 56, photo of an individual, the name Elise Blue.
Yes.
Do you recognize this person in People's 56?
Yes.
Who is that?
Elise, she played in the racquetball league. I met her a couple times from the league.
Did you train her?
No.
From your experience at the gym, then, did you see Elise, Faye, and the defendant playing racquetball, hanging out together?
Yes.
Did it appear to you that they were friends?
Yes.
One more photo for you. If I may mark as People's 57, two photos of an individual that's entitled Robert Baker, LA Fitness.
Very well.
Do you recognize that person?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Rob Baker.
And what did you know him as? What did you call him?
Rob.
Okay, Rob. How did you know Rob?
I met Rob at the LA Fitness because I don't know if he was employed with LA Fitness, but he ran the racquetball league.
Was he already working there when you started working there 4 years prior to January of 2017?
I believe so.
Would you say that you became friends with this Rob Baker?
Yes.
Did you have his cell phone in your phone?
Yes.
Where you could text him?
Yes.
Did you ever hang out with him socially outside of the gym?
No.
What did you know to be his exact job at LA Fitness?
His exact job at LA Fitness, it was just to run the racquetball league.
And what does that mean as far as hours? Is he there most every day, or was the league on only specific days?
No objection, no foundation.
It's overruled.
Can you repeat that?
Do you know what days the racquetball league, I'll rephrase it, do you know what days the racquetball league was in effect or what days it was run?
I don't know what exact days, but it was more, maybe 2 to 3 times a week. He would be there evening time.
Were you there every day or certain days a week?
At that time, I was there Monday, Wednesday, Friday, full day, and Tuesday and Thursday, I only worked evenings.
While you were working there, did you see Rob Baker, did you ever see him hanging around with the defendant?
Yes.
And did you ever notice anything that caught your attention between the two of them?
I did. They started coming into the gym together to play racquetball or...
So why did that catch your attention?
They would come in and work out during the day, or play racquetball during the day, and Rob would only come during the evening. So that's caught my attention.
So he was coming on hours that weren't his work hours, is that correct?
Correct.
And during those hours, did he appear to you that he came with the defendant?
Yes.
Meaning they came into the gym at the same time?
Yes.
And would they appear to leave around the same time?
I believe so.
And what time frame are we talking about here now? Again, given that the murder happened in January of 2017.
Afternoon, 1 to 4.
I'm sorry?
12 to 4.
I meant what months?
Oh, what months?
We're in 2016 at this point.
Yeah, I can't remember what months. I can't recall what months.
Okay.
Exactly.
Was it in the time frame of somewhere between 6 months before the murder, that time frame?
Maybe 4, maybe not 6.
Okay.
Maybe.
Did you ever, let's start with Mr.
Say it again, sir.
Maybe 4 months before.
Let's start with Rob Baker. Did you ever ask him if he was having any form of outside relationship with the defendant?
No.
Did you ever ask the defendant while you're training her if there was something going on between her and Rob Baker?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
I asked her if there was anything going on, and she told me no, it's nothing.
Was there any more to that conversation?
No.
And this, again, is prior to the murder, is that right?
Yeah.
I want to talk about the day of the murder, January 23rd, 2017. Did you work that day?
Yes.
And were you working as a trainer then? That
Yeah.
same thing you testified to?
Yes.
did you see the defendant and, well, let's start with the defendant. Did you see the defendant at the gym that day?
Yes.
Did you see Baker at the gym that day?
Yes.
Do you know what time it was?
Close to 12.
Now, back in August, exactly August 2nd of 2017, did you interview or sit down and get questioned by some LAPD detectives?
Yes.
And at that time, was it at LA Fitness?
Yes.
Were you able to pull up and kind of look back at like when they swiped cards to get in?
I wasn't. But,
Did they? Go
but
ahead.
you can.
Okay. Did the detectives then ask you about dates and times that you knew them to enter the gym on the day of the murder?
I believe so.
If I may mark as Exhibit 58, it's a still shot of an individual on the sidewalk appearing to enter LA Fitness.
So mark.
Exhibit 58, do you recognize the scene that that camera is depicting?
Front of LA Fitness?
Okay. The front of LA Fitness is, and the individual walking in, do you recognize who that is?
Yes.
Who's that?
Monica?
Okay. The process of when someone walks in, what do they do? How do they get accepted into the gym?
At that time, it was a key card that they swiped or checked in with.
And that was to prove you're a member?
Yes.
11:49 and 20 seconds on the timestamp. Does that appear accurate as to what time you saw Monica, the defendant, at the gym?
Yes, because I usually stop my training from 12 to 4 because it's a dead period in the gym, but I was still with a client at that time.
When you saw her come in?
Yes.
Okay. Femi Marcus Peoples 59, an individual male entitled Robert Baker entering LA Fitness.
So mark.
Peoples 59 up on the screen is at the same vantage point that you already testified to as far as the front of LA Fitness.
Correct.
You recognize that person walking in?
Yes.
Who's that?
Rob
Baker?
Rob Baker.
And then the timestamp of 11:59:24, does that coincide with the time that you recall seeing Baker enter the gym?
Yes.
Okay. While they were in the gym, were you able to see the two of them if they were together at all?
When they came in, there's a designated area for trainers, a training area where I was in, and both of them walked right past me towards the racquetball courts.
If you remember, do you recall them carrying any rackets?
I think they had their backpacks.
Okay, so you didn't necessarily see any rackets, but they were going towards the courts?
No, they had the racket sticks out of the backpack, I believe.
And you saw them walking towards the courts. Did you see them play any racquetball?
No.
Do you know, subsequently, from your own experience and what you saw, if they played racquetball?
Well, no foundation, you're on a speculation.
From what you saw is overruled.
Can you repeat that?
It was kind of an amusing question. Did you ever see them at any point playing racquetball that day?
No.
Did you see the defendant's daughter, Jessica, come into the gym that day?
I did.
And did she come at the same time frame as her mom?
Yes.
What did you see her do?
She was signing up for a membership again. And I asked her, are you signing up for a membership again? And that's what she told me.
She told you she was?
Yes.
So had you known her previously to be a member of the gym?
At first, I think she had a membership. Yeah, she had a membership.
Okay. Now, you testified that you saw the defendant come in, you saw Baker come in. Did you ever see Jessica enter the gym?
Yeah, she was at the front in the gym.
Did you see her enter with anybody? Do you know how she came in?
No.
Okay. But it was the same time frame as both Baker
Yes.
and the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. That day then, did you ever observe any injuries? And again, this is January 23rd around noon. Did you ever observe any injuries as to Robert Baker?
No.
Specifically his hands. Did you ever see any injuries?
No.
Do you know how long, let's start with the defendant, do you know how long she stayed at the gym?
I can't recall how long she stayed.
if I may mark as People's 60, Exhibit 60, defendant, it's a photograph, appears to be a still shot, defendant Sementilli and daughter Jessica exiting LA Fitness.
So marked.
Okay. This view of this, is this a still shot of security footage that you have at LA Fitness?
Yes.
There's some doors that we see. Where does that lead to?
So that's the exit?
At 12:43:21, and I'm not going to hold you to the exact second, but does that seem consistent with about the time that the defendant and her daughter left the gym?
I believe so.
That route where, do you see the defendant in that circled photograph?
Yes.
Can you see her daughter in it?
Yes, to the left?
Okay, to the left of her. There's two people, so the taller one is the defendant, and left of her is her daughter.
Correct.
Is there any swipe out that you do to leave the gym, or do you just walk out the door?
You just walk out.
Okay. And people 61, if I may mark it, another still shot of a video camera
Very well.
with the individual Robert Baker, and it states exiting LA Fitness. 12:43:07, do you recognize that individual who's in this green circle?
Yes.
Who's that?
Rob Baker?
And 12:43:07 being the timestamp, is that consistent when Baker left the gym?
Yes.
Did you see them actually leave together?
I didn't visibly see them leave together.
Around that time, though, you just noticed that they weren't there anymore?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Did you ever get any reports of any injuries that happened to either the defendant or Baker that day?
No.
What's the protocol if somebody were to get injured either on the equipment or playing racquetball or something of the nature within the gym? What's the protocol?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
They would make a report.
Was there any report, to your knowledge, made of any injuries?
No.
Call for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you, in your personal experience, ever look for any report of any injuries from the day of January 23rd, 2017?
No, I didn't.
So you have no idea?
No.
Okay. Now, on the date of, you were stayed at the gym how long that day?
I probably left at 5 or 6, I think, when I usually leave.
If you recall that day, did you have any more or any communication with Baker or the defendant after they left the gym?
No.
While they were in the gym, did you have any communication with either one of them?
No.
So at some point you found out that there had been the murder of the defendant's husband, is that correct?
Correct.
How did you find that out?
The next day, my client, Faye, called me. She texted me about it, and then I called her and spoke to her about it.
And is that the same Faye you identified earlier?
Correct.
What did she, well, she gave you some information and you talked about it. What did you do next, if anything?
After I talked to Faye,
Yes.
I left to Las Vegas.
Okay, so on the 24th, she let you know,
Yeah.
or you got information that that had happened. Did you text or call the defendant?
No.
Did you text or call Baker?
No.
On the 25th, then, where did you go?
I came back to work for LA Fitness.
You just testified you went to Las Vegas. What day did you go there?
It was an overnight trip, so I flew there and then came back.
Okay. Did you go to Vegas for anything related to work?
Yeah, my girlfriend's birthday.
Oh, that's not work.
Oh, no, not related to
Okay,
work.
you went, okay.
Yes, sorry.
So you went to there for her birthday, and then you just went overnight and you got back on, do you know what day you got back?
I think it was Wednesday.
Okay, Wednesday, the 25th?
Yes.
All right. Did you end up then hearing about a memorial or a wake or something like that in relation to recognizing or remembering the defendant's husband?
I didn't hear about it at all.
Did you end up going to the defendant's house the next day on the 26th?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
I saw Rob at the gym, and when I first met him, he told me he was in law enforcement. So when I saw Rob, I thought maybe he can know something since he was in law enforcement before. And I went up to him and he told me, I asked him, did you know anything? And he said no. He's listening to the news like everybody else. And then that's when he told me he was going up to that. Him and another couple was going up to the house to pay condolences for Monica.
Do you know who the other couple was?
Sheila and I forgot her husband's name.
Sheila and her husband?
Yes.
Were they regulars at the gym as well?
Yes, they played in the racquetball league.
Did you ever see those two playing racquetball with the defendant?
No.
Did you see them playing racquetball with Rob Baker?
Yes, because they were in the league.
Okay. If they're in the league, then is that fair to say they were in the league with the defendant as well?
Yes.
Okay. So, did Rob Baker seemed, what was his demeanor when you're talking to him on the 26th?
I don't know if his demeanor was different, but I always see Rob in, like you saw, basketball shorts and a t-shirt, and he had a button-up shirt, denim, and a leather jacket on.
And at what point is he wearing this? Are you at the gym or are you somewhere else?
Just at the gym.
At the gym he was wearing it?
Yes.
What time is this?
Evening, maybe 5, 6.
Is this your normal work hours?
Yes.
Was it Rob Baker's normal work hours?
Yes.
Sure, Will.
Okay. So at that point, you had a conversation about something, and did he ask you something to go with him?
Yeah. He said we're going to pay condolences, and I told him I would follow him up there, and he told me, no, I don't want to drive up there. I'll just ride with you.
At this point, you knew where she lived because you'd been to the house before.
Correct.
Okay, so did you go in a car then with Rob Baker?
Yes.
Did anybody else go in a car with you?
No.
The other couple, if I may mark this people 62,
Move it, please.
a photograph of a female individual with the title Sheila
Very well.
Saladian. Is that the Sheila that you were talking about earlier as being a member of the Racquetball League?
Yes.
And if I may mark this people 63, a photo of a male individual with the title Ricardo Cabrera.
Very good.
Yes.
Do you recognize him?
Yes.
And who is he?
Sheila's husband?
Okay. Did they go up to the house?
Yes.
The Sementilli house?
We met at Starbucks, and they followed us up there.
Okay. And walk me through then what happened on the way up and what happened when you got there.
We were waiting for them at Starbucks, and he still told me like he knew nothing. And then we got to the house, and family members were there. There was a lot of food on the table, and we sat at the fireplace where he just got killed.
Okay. During this time, did you notice anything unusual?
Well, they said it was a robbery, and I looked at the living room and the house, and I didn't notice anything was messed up, and by where he just got killed, I didn't notice any blood on the floor.
Now, are you, to the best of your knowledge, sitting in the very area where Fabio had been killed?
Correct.
Did that make you uncomfortable?
Yes.
Was there any memorabilia or anything of that nature set up for Fabio?
Cigar on the table, cigar and shot of tequila or a drink of tequila, and then his picture on the chair he was sitting.
Did you ever see anybody sit in that chair?
No.
What did you do next?
I sat there.
And how long did you stay?
Maybe 20, 25 minutes maybe.
Were there a lot of people there?
There was a good amount.
And what about from the gym? Who was there from the gym?
Sheila and her husband, and I think that's all I can remember. That was from
Did Faye and or Elise, who you identified earlier, were they at this memorial?
No,
Did you communicate with them about going to it at all?
I don't believe so.
Did you see the defendant at the memorial?
Yes.
Well, what was she doing?
She was crying, sitting
Okay.
on the chair.
I'm sorry?
Crying, sitting on the chair.
Okay, did you see tears?
I I can't say if I did or didn't.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. Did you, and what was Baker doing there?
He was sitting down on a chair.
Did you see the defendant and Baker together?
No.
Now, at this moment, did you still suspect that the defendant and Baker had some form of relationship?
I believe I did.
Okay.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, so I believe I did.
So ruled.
After about 20, 30 minutes, you said you left.
Yes.
Why did you leave so, for lack of better words, quickly?
I don't do well with death, so I didn't want to be there.
Did you know a lot of people there?
I met her sister, Monica Sementilli's sister, and the other couple, Sheila and her husband,
Okay.
and Rob.
After this memorial, then, did you see the defendant in the next few months back at the gym?
Yes.
When did you next see her come back to the gym?
I can't say the exact time, but she came in to cancel her membership, and then maybe a month or shortly after, she came in with Rob to renew her membership, and then they would come in and work out.
So, came in, canceled, about a month later came back with Rob Baker and renewed it, and then they would come in together and work out?
Yes.
That month after, when she canceled and you did not see the defendant, was Rob Baker coming into the gym?
Repeat that?
Did Rob Baker come into the gym that month after the murder?
No, not that I know.
Do you know if he ever quit his job at LA Fitness following the murder?
I don't know if he quit, but I didn't know if he actually was employed or he just volunteered and ran the racquetball league.
Do you know somebody else that took over that racquetball league?
Somebody took over, but I can't recall.
Okay. Now, after the murder, then, the behavior, how often did you see the defendant and Rob Baker coming to the gym together?
Maybe a couple times.
And did they work out together then?
A couple times they were playing racquetball, and then one time I remember he was essentially training her, like giving her a workout.
Did you have a renewed suspicion that there was something going on between the two at this time, 1 month after the murder?
Objection, that's
It's overruled on that ground.
Can you repeat that?
Did you have a renewed suspicion that something was going on, some form of intimate relationship between the defendant and Baker now that it's like 1 month after the murder?
Yes.
It's overruled on that ground as well.
speculation.
Now, so you can go through the entire evidence code. It's not going to work. Give me an answer.
Yes.
You did. And what was that based on?
Just seeing them together often.
And aside from just seeing them together, can you put into words, was there touching you saw, flirting you saw, anything that you could describe that gave you that impression?
Nothing that I visibly saw.
So what gave you that impression?
Just they were coming to the gym together
Okay.
when he normally wouldn't come to the gym.
So prior to that, they didn't come together for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
I'm going to mark as People 64, a photograph of the back of it's two photographs, the back of a black Mustang.
Very well.
At some point, did the defendant show you this car?
Yes.
When did that happen?
After the murder.
Do you know how long after the murder?
I can't recall how long.
Where-
Shortly after, she said she had a new car and it was a brand new Mustang.
When she told you that she had a new car, brand new Mustang, where did that conversation happen?
I believe over text.
Okay, and then how did you end up seeing the car?
She brought it to the gym.
Okay, so she brought it to the gym, and then how did you actually see it, lay eyes on it?
I think she told me to come outside and check out my new car.
Okay, did she seem excited about it?
Yes.
Now, and I just have a couple more. earlier I was asking you some questions about, let me ask you this, sorry, one thing. I was asking you some questions about how or why you believed that she wanted more from you. This is prior to the murder when you had been training her at the gym and she asked you to go for drinks, right? Now, did you testify at a grand jury in August of 2017?
Yes.
You remember doing that?
Yes.
And you were asked the question if she was interested in having sexual relations with you.
Yes.
Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And you answered yes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what is that based on? Was it based on any statements or something else that she said to you?
I could just tell that she wanted more.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. Speculation.
That's form sustained.
Did you have an opinion based on something that the defendant was doing that she wanted, or saying to you that she wanted more than to just be friends with you?
Yes. And my other client told me she was interested in having more.
Okay.
Faye.
Faye told you that?
Yes.
Objection, that's yours.
So ruled.
Okay. So you knew that, and then did you combine that with the fact that she had asked you out for drinks?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point in October of 2015, do you have a Facebook account?
Yes.
Okay. In October of 2015, was that Facebook account active?
Yes.
Was it a public account, meaning anybody could access it?
Yes.
And you're a personal trainer at this point, right?
Correct.
Did you post some photos of yourself on your own Facebook account?
Yes.
If I may mark as people 65, it appears to be a screenshot of an email showing an individual's torso.
Very well.
65. Is that a photo that you posted around the time frame of October 2015 on your Facebook account?
Yes.
If I mark as people 66, another photograph of an individual holding a phone up, photo of Matthew Nurse found. If I may mark that as people 66.
Yes.
And this photograph, is that you again in the photo? First of all, that's my first question.
Yes.
And did you post that onto your Facebook account?
Yes.
Along with the photo that I just showed you, 65, was that you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you know that the defendant had downloaded those photographs of you?
No.
Objection, speculation,
Sustained.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about your photographs on Facebook?
She did because she was showing her. She told me she was showing her neighbor.
How did that conversation go? Come up.
I believe she asked if this was me, and I said yes, and I asked her how she got that, and she said I found it, and I was showing my neighbor.
When she said to you, "Is this you?" What is she showing you?
These photos.
The photos, but did she show you an email or did she show you just the photos?
Just the photos.
Could you tell that it was a screenshot of your Facebook?
I think so.
Did she tell you why she was showing her neighbor?
I think she told me to see if it was actually me.
Okay. Did you ask her why do you have a picture on your phone of me and my abs?
No, I don't think I asked.
Did you think that was strange that she's showing you that photo and telling you that she's showing her neighbor?
I don't think it was strange, but that's, I think, when I came to realize that she might be interested more than training.
At this time frame then, was this a little bit earlier than around 2016, the one that's up on the screen right there?
Yeah.
All right. Hold on one moment.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please, could I leave this on?
Yeah.
I'm just going to leave this one picture on, Mr. Nurse. Can you tell us the reason why you posted that on your Facebook?
Felt good about myself?
Okay, and you look good there too, right? You can say so.
Yes.
Okay. You wanted other people to see that photograph,
Correct.
to see how well you looked. Correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you were a trainer. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I assume you were hoping that people might want you to train them so they could end up looking like that.
Yes.
Okay. So the fact that it was downloaded by Monica, that didn't bother you in any way, did it?
No, it didn't bother me.
And you were her trainer at the at LA Fitness, is that right?
Correct.
So if she was showing that photo to other people to show what a good trainer you were and how good you looked, that wouldn't bother you, would it?
No.
I assume you know that other customers of yours have posted your Facebook photo as well, correct?
Objection. As soon as facts and
It's overruled.
Can you repeat that question?
I assume you believe or know that other customers of yours have posted your Facebook photo as well. Is that right?
My clients at LA Fitness, no.
Your clients at LA Fitness are not allowed to post your photograph?
I thought you asked if I knew that other clients were posting my pictures.
Okay, then I'll rephrase that. Have any other clients of yours indicated that they saw that photograph?
No.
Anyone indicate they saw that photograph?
Are you asking at LA Fitness or?
Anywhere.
I mean, it's public, so people probably saw it.
Okay. You don't know who else saw it, right?
Correct.
It wasn't a secret or private.
No.
Again, it was designed to show off how well you looked as a trainer to anyone who could or would access your Facebook account, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, the first time that you had met Monica Sementilli was early in 2016, is that right?
Yes.
So that was about a year before the killing of Fabio Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
And she was a customer, a client at LA Fitness, a member,
Yes.
and that's how you met her.
Correct.
And you became her trainer, is that right?
Yes.
And how often did you train her?
Once a week.
Okay, and how long did that last?
Contract was what, 6 months?
Okay, and did it last the full 6 months?
Yes.
So that would take us still into towards the end of 2016, is that right?
Yes.
Now, at the same time, you knew that she was also playing racquetball at LA Fitness?
Yes.
And you said there was a racquetball league there, is that right?
Yes.
Were you part of that league?
Occasionally.
And what does that mean occasionally? Do you have to join the league? You just play when you want, or what?
Since I worked there and I knew Rob, when I was able to play, he could fit me in. But when I had clients, I wouldn't play.
And when you say fit me in, does that mean have you joined one of the games?
He would put me on the schedule to play.
On the what?
On the schedule to play.
Okay. And educate me a little bit. Racquetball, 2-person, 1-person? Play it at each time, each game? How many people participate? 2 against 2 or 1 against 1 or what?
You can do both.
Okay. And was this league one or the other or a combination?
I think it was solo, but they might have had a 2-on-2.
Okay. And when you say a league, was it a formal league where you keep standings and you play a certain number of games, someone would get a trophy or anything like that?
It was a semi-formal league, but I don't recall if anybody getting a trophy.
Did you have to pay extra to join the league?
I think there was a fee to play.
And about how many people would be members of the league at any one time, if you know?
30 plus.
And among these people were Monica Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
And Rob Baker was running the league, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Is he the only one who was running the league? Was there anyone else? Or just him?
To my knowledge, just him.
And was it a morning league, afternoon, evening league, or all times?
Evening.
And how often would you see Monica playing in the league?
Maybe once a week.
During the day?
Evening,
Okay. And how often would Baker be there? Would he be there all day, or just morning or afternoon, or what?
evening.
Evening? Now, at some point, you said that Monica in some way flirted with you or said something to you that caused you to believe that she might be interested in you in some way?
Yes.
Did you ever make a bet with anybody that you could get Monica to have lunch with you?
Not lunch.
Not what?
Not lunch.
What?
I think we made a bet, and then she would have to bring lunch to the gym.
Okay, and who was the bet with?
Monica.
So you made a bet with Monica that, and if she lost, she would bring you lunch, correct?
Yes.
And that was spaghetti and meatballs, you remember?
Yes.
Was it good?
I didn't eat any.
What was the bet? What did you have to do to win the bet and get the spaghetti and meatballs?
We played racquetball.
I see. And where did you have that lunch?
She brought it to the gym.
Okay. Was that the only time you had lunch with her?
No, we had lunch outside of the gym.
You had lunch with her one other time, correct?
Yeah.
And nothing came of that other than the lunch, is that right?
Yeah.
And there was no romantic or sexual activity taking place between you and her at the time, correct?
No, the lunch, she explained to me the lunch was to talk about training outside the gym.
And did she talk with you about training outside the gym?
Yes.
Again, was this was before the murder of Fabio Sementilli, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And one of the things she asked you about is whether or not you would train her at home as opposed to at the gym. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you agreed.
Yes.
And that lasted again. Well, first, about how many times did you train her at her house?
I think it was 5 sessions.
And were they weekly, or could you remember how often?
Maybe once a week, probably.
All right, once a week.
Maybe twice.
I'm sorry.
Maybe once or twice a week.
For 5 weeks or 5 sessions,
Yeah.
if you remember.
I say yes.
Yes to what?
It was. I don't think it was 5 weeks, but it was 5 sessions.
Okay.
So whenever I had time and she contacted me, I would train her.
Okay. Were you still working at the gym though at the same time?
Yes.
And was she still at the gym as well,
Yes.
playing racquetball?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw her with Mr. Baker, is that correct?
Yes.
Because he was running the league, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you had training sessions at her house, did you bring a massage board or some kind of? I guess I got the wrong thing here. There was no massage going on; it was just training. Is that right?
I brought some kettlebells and maybe resistant bands.
Okay, so you did bring some kind of equipment,
Yes.
and you used that with her on the training sessions.
Yes.
And you said that her daughters were home at times during those sessions. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Was somebody there for every one of the sessions, if you recall?
I can't recall.
Okay. And you remember which daughter or which daughters were there during any of these sessions?
Jessica was there.
Okay. So she knew that this was going on. You were having a training session with her mother. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was this during the week or on a weekend?
During the week.
During the week?
Yes.
And what time about? Was it regular time? Every time?
Between 12 and 4.
And how long would each session last?
40 minutes.
Okay. And was there any particular way that you knew if it was going to be 12 or 4? Was that scheduled in advance or weekly or what?
It was scheduled maybe a couple days prior.
Okay. And did you ever meet Mr. Sementilli, Fabio?
Yes.
And how did you meet him?
I met him at the gym when I was training Monica.
And did you meet him when you met him at the gym, did she introduce you to him?
Yes.
And could you tell whether he was there to just meet the people at the gym or to work out or what?
I assume he was there to work out.
She wanted him to work out? Do you recall?
I don't
Did
know.
you see him working out at the gym?
I didn't visibly see him, no.
Okay. Did she ask you if you would train him?
No.
Okay. When did that occur, if I can ask you, if you recall? And I'm sorry, we're always relating it to the day of the time of the murder. Can you recall how long before then that he came to the gym?
I can't recall, but
Was it a month, 2 months, 6 months, something like that?
I can't recall.
Okay. And it was just 2 times that you saw him?
Yes.
And where was Mr. Baker at those times? Do you recall?
No clue.
Now, after the one lunch that you had, there was no other times that you or she went out, was there?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Can you repeat that?
Other than that one time at lunch, by the way, do you remember where that lunch was?
Some Italian restaurant in close to Woodland Hills.
Okay. And that was a different time than the spaghetti and meatballs? Or the same time?
The spaghetti and meatballs were brought to the gym.
Okay. Was this before or after the spaghetti and meatballs?
This was after.
Okay. And how did that occur? Did you ask if she wanted to have lunch? Did she ask if you wanted to have lunch?
Like I stated, she reached out and said she wanted to have lunch to talk about training outside of the gym.
Okay. And during that lunch, you did talk about training outside of the gym, which ended up being these training sessions at her house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And nothing sexual or romantic happened at that time, correct?
No.
And nothing ever happened between you and her. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, you became aware that she was unhappy in some ways with her marriage. Is that right?
Yes.
And then didn't she tell you that he was constantly away from home,
She told me he was working a lot. He works a lot.
works a lot? And because he worked a lot and wasn't at home a lot, she was concerned that he might be having an affair. Is that right?
I don't know if she thought that.
Pardon?
I don't know if she thought that.
She didn't say that to you?
No.
No. Okay. So at some point, when she was talking about him always working and be away from home, you asked her, why don't you just get a divorce? Is that right?
Yes.
And she said, why throw away 20 years? Is that right?
Yes.
If I could have 1 minute more.
Thank you, Mr. Nurse. You're excused.
Thank you.
May I call your next witness?
People call Elise Blue.
Good. If you could face me and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. Adjust the microphone so we can hear you. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Sure. It's Elise, Elyse, Blue L, B as in boy, Leuel. Blue L. Okay.
Let me take that photo again. Mr. Whittle, how are you doing today?
Good.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the years 2016 and 17.
Okay.
Starting with, did you at that time work out at LA Fitness in Woodland Hills?
I did, yes.
And were you in a racquetball league there?
Yes, I was.
Who were you in the league with?
Well, with the defendant Monica and Faye and Paula. We were on the D League, so we weren't very good. And then my boyfriend was on the B League because he was really good. And am I supposed to name like everybody that was on the thing?
That's good. So let me ask you a couple of questions. Okay. You said the defendant. Do you see who you referred to the defendant in court?
Yep.
Can you please describe where that person's sitting and what that person's wearing?
Sure. She is sitting at the table, there, and she is wearing a black blazer and a blue coat. Blue shirt. Huh?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. And then Robert Baker, did you know him?
I did, yeah.
Exhibit 57, 30 been marked. Do you recognize him?
Yep. Yes.
Was he part of the racquetball league?
Yeah, he was the guy that orchestrated it, kept it organized, did the schedules, and told us where court to play in, and kept it running.
Was he also the coach?
Yeah, I guess. I didn't really know he had a coach. He was more like head of the racquetball league.
Okay. Did he play with you?
No, but he did teach.
Okay. And then who else was in this league? You said your friend Faye?
Yep.
Okay.
She was worse than me.
Exhibit 55, she was the worst player.
She was the worst.
Okay, so Faye, is that Faye in Exhibit 55?
It is.
Did you know Sheila Salahian?
Oh, yeah, Sheila.
Mm-hmm. 62, is that Sheila?
It is, yes.
And what about her husband, Ricardo?
Yep. Oh,
Recognize
yeah,
him?
I do.
Now, all of you guys in the same league?
Yes, at the gym. There were different, there was A, B, C, D.
Okay, who did you normally play with?
Faye. And Monica, she got better fast. And then Paula. And then anyone who would take pity, because I was really bad at it.
1 second.
So it was more of a pity to play with me.
Pity?
I guess so.
You said Paula. Who's Paula?
Paula McCullum. And Sean ended up taking over the league later. But she was really fun and kind.
What name marked as the way at 64? Is that right?
67.
67. Okay, 67. Photo of a female individual labeled Paula McCullum. Is that Paula?
Yes. Somewhere.
Yes. Yep.
So she was in the league with you as well.
Yes.
And then if I may mark as people 68, an individual labeled Sean McCullum.
Yeah.
Very well.
Yes.
You recognize him?
I do.
All right. Did you say that all of those photos I just showed you was everybody friends?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
How often did you play with them? All of them?
Our league met, I want to say it was Thursdays. Every week. I want to say Thursday.
Now, do you know when you first met Monica?
Yeah, it was the beginning. So it was really bad. And so I didn't even qualify for the D League for like 2 sessions. And then I finally qualified, I think it was January, which is why I remember. And then Matt brought Faye and Monica down, and they had no experience. So we quickly, became friends and laughed and were silly because we were really bad.
You said Matt. Did you see Matt today?
As I was walking down the hallway.
So did you see him walk out of the courtroom?
Yeah.
Okay, that's Matt. Do you know his last name?
Nope.
Okay. So what was his role at the gym?
I know that he was a trainer.
Did he ever play in the league with you guys?
No.
Okay. So, were you already friends with Faye when you met the defendant? Or did you
No,
guys
it was
meet-
all same night. It was like the beginning.
Okay. So, how did you become friends with the defendant then?
It was the three of us. You know, it was like a weekly thing, and you get there and you warm up, and then Robert would say, okay, so and so and so and so in court 1, so and so and so and so in court 2, and there were 4 courts. And then you'd sit on the benches and wait. And then when it was your turn, then you'd go in, and then you'd come out and you'd like cheer. You'd watch some of the people and like, you know, cheer for him, and then we'd joke around with whoever was sitting waiting their turn.
Did you form then a friendship between you, the defendant, and Faye?
Yes.
You
Oh,
got-
was that the question? I'm sorry.
Well, that's my new question. Did you call yourself something?
Oh, yeah. Well, because we were like the Three Musketeers, because we were really jokey, and it felt very like fun high school kind of. You know, it's after work, it's night, and it was just fun. It was just fun, and we were laughing a lot and joking around. And
So, did you socialize then with the defendant outside of LA Fitness?
yes.
What did you guys do?
Usually it was like after a workout, and we would go to Monica's house. She had this outdoor fire pit, and we drank wine and smoked cigarettes. And I mostly complained about my boyfriend, and kind of had girl talk. It was just fun.
During those talks, did she ever complain about her husband, Monica Sementilli's husband?
She didn't really complain around there. I mean, I did a lot of the complaining. So I think there was like agreement, you know, like, oh, you know, when he does this, and she'd be like, yeah, but, you know, wasn't extensive complaining on her side there.
Do you remember anything in particular that she said about her husband?
Do you mean at the fire pit or just whenever?
Well, let's start with the fire pit.
Okay. Oof. Well, not sure. Like, we would ask each other questions, like, you know, and I'm not sure how to, can you ask me that question again or differently?
Okay, so you're out sitting around a fire pit.
Yep.
Were you with Faye?
Yep.
And Monica?
Yeah.
Okay,
What
so
did we talk about?
You're having some girl talk. We don't
Right.
need to know all the details. But at some point, do you recall anything specific she said about her marriage or her husband?
Yeah, I think there was a time where he had, I feel bad. There was a time where when she was pregnant and had a miscarriage, and he had cheated on her. And I mean, there were fun girl talks, but that happened. You know, there was a lot of, I mean...
What about the current state of her marriage? Her daughters were teens now, right? 15?
Oh, well, at the gym, there was a lot of talk about, you know, how he was never there, and how other people's spouses would come and he wouldn't, and how she had to rush home early before the whole thing was over after she played a time or two, and she's like, I have to go. And we're like, no, don't go. You know, and then she's like, I have to go do the dishes because no one will do anything, and I do everything, and I made them dinner, and, you know, and so it's like that kind of, you know, I have to go do it because no one else will, kind of thing. And she seemed hurt that he didn't come, and because we would have playoffs, and he didn't really come, and it made her sad.
Now, do you recall ever telling any of the law enforcement about the cheating story and the miscarriage, or is that something new that you remembered?
That was, I mean, they interviewed me a long time ago, and I don't know when I remembered that. I just do. I think it felt like one of those, like, quiet girl secrets, you know, that, like, hurt. So I don't even think it was something I don't know.
Did she ever tell you that she was unhappy in her marriage or wanted out of her marriage?
No. Oh, sorry, that was loud. No, she was like, I'm so lucky, and I remember this one time. She was like, a lot of my friends are really jealous because they get to go on all these trips. And she's like, but you know, life is just, you know, it's, you know, people are jealous. And she didn't complain about her marriage a lot. She didn't talk a lot about it. And we would try to get her to talk because I did a lot of the talking. So she didn't talk a lot about her marriage. She did, well, I don't, like it wasn't around the fire pit. I'm hesitating a lot because I'm trying to
It's
like.
okay. I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
Okay. Had you met Fabio?
Yes.
And when did you meet him?
I met him once. I was hanging out in the late afternoon, and he came home, and we were kind of like chilling by the fire. Well, no, I think we were in the kitchen. Anyway, he came in, and it was like, as the girlfriend, I was like, oh, playtime's over. Like, she had stuff to do. And then the other time I met him was at the New Year's of January 17, yeah. That New Year's Eve night.
Okay, and so let's talk about the New Year's. What happened on New Year's?
Okay. So the first part of the evening, we were over at Sheila and Ricky's. They threw really great parties, and my boyfriend wanted to be there. But Monica had invited us to hers, which was kind of exciting because she is known to throw really great parties. And she had promised that she makes pasta after midnight, so really wanted to go. They also do like a rotisserie, you know, a pig on a whatever. And my boyfriend was Jewish, so he was not excited about being there. So we did Ricky and Sheila's first, and then we went over to Monica's, I don't know, around 11-ish. And more? Okay.
Yeah, and then you met Fabio.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, everyone was gathered and walking around. We'd missed the pig, so that was fine. And then we were going to sit around the fire, and we were talking about what we wanted to have happen, you know, the next year. And I'd been fighting with my boyfriend, and so I was very frustrated. But I said that I wanted to take classes and be a yoga instructor, and my boyfriend rudely laughed and it hurt my feelings. And Fabio was like, no, I think that's really great. And it just meant a lot.
So you like Fabio?
I did.
If I may record people 69, a photograph of 3 individuals, 3 female individuals.
All right.
Those 3. Is that you in that photograph?
It is, with the pink tutu.
And who else is in the photograph?
Monica and Faye.
Now, is that from the New Year's Eve?
Yeah. It was a sequins shirt.
You'd mentioned before that you had gone out with them on various occasions, correct?
Yes.
Aside from this, earlier, let's go back in the year of 2016, knowing that the murder occurred in January of 2017.
Right.
If I may mark this people 70, it's 2 photographs of the 3 same female individuals, 2 photographs side by side.
All right.
Do you recognize that?
Yeah, I do.
Let's talk about the left photograph. Where were you guys there?
All right. Well, okay, so I totally remember the right one. The left one, I'm trying to look. Where did we go? I have to tell you, I am not confident in where we were.
That's okay.
Good.
Do these pictures then depict the relationship that you 3 had going out,
Yeah.
lunches, things of that nature?
Yeah, well, we didn't go to lunches a lot. Monica would say that, you know, she really wanted friends, you know, and Faye worked, and so we wanted to build a friendship. So, but it was really hard to schedule anything. Like, we'd schedule something, and Monica was like, I can't, and she'd back out, or it was just really hard to schedule stuff. So we didn't go out that often, which is why there aren't that many pictures. So, I mean, we went out a couple times. The one on the right with the yellow sign was for Faye's birthday.
How long do you think the time spent from when you met Monica, approximately when? Like
The 6th, like, what, that January? Yeah, I don't know.
prior to the murder, how long had you been friends with her?
I mean, a solid year. I'm
That's
not
fine.
confident if it was 15 or 16. don't know. I'm getting nervous.
So
Sorry.
at least a year.
Yeah. Yeah.
And did you see her weekly, would you say?
I mean, we saw each other weekly at the gym. But yeah, so we saw each other weekly at the gym, and then when we'd go to her house, it was easiest to do it after the gym because, and it was maybe like, we'd try to do it at least once a month.
At the gym then, you guys were in the same league you testified to. If I may, Mark, as people send you on a photograph of the 3 female individuals at LA Fitness. It's
All right.
titled. Is that you? Put that up.
That's me. I got thinner. Yep. They were wary of me because I had the dreadlocks, and they liked me anyway.
So that's a picture of you guys.
I'm with the dreadlocks. Monica's in the middle. Faye is in the blue.
What about the 2 in the left corner right there?
Yeah, that's Sheila and Ricky.
Okay. And they played in your league too?
Yes.
All right. Now, outside of the gym, did you start, and we touched on this, on a regular basis going to the defendant's house then?
Yep.
How often would you go there?
Yeah, I would say approximately like once a month. And, it might have been like twice in a month, and then we don't do it for a month. It's like that. It's like that.
And when you went there, what did you do?
We would sit around the fire pit and drink wine and smoke cigarettes, and I would complain about my boyfriend, and Faye was, single, and Monica had been married forever, and so, just girl talk, really.
People's 57, you recognize him, right?
I do.
Who's that?
Robert
Robert, do you know his last name?
Baker.
Did he ever come to the defendant's house when you were there with Faye and the defendant?
Yes.
How many times would you say he came?
I would say maybe twice.
You remember 2 times? And this is prior to the murder of Fabio.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, when he came, was it just the 4 of you?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that Faye was like, and let's invite Matt, and then Matt couldn't go. So we're just trying to make it more of in my head, we were trying to make it more of a fun group thing. And
do you know who invited Rob?
Well, it wasn't me. I want to say, because Faye kind of had a crush on him. And I don't remember if it was Monica or Faye or if we did it as a group. We might have done it as a group one of the times and been like, hey, come, it'll be fun. But I don't know.
These approximate 2 times that you recall that Robert Baker came to the house while you and Faye and the defendant were there, was Fabio home?
No.
Did you ever see Baker drink?
Yeah.
Did you ever see him drunk?
No.
Or passing out?
No.
Anything of that nature?
No.
Did any of you guys, you, Faye, Baker, in your presence ever spend the night there at the defendant's house after drinking too much?
No, that was not the vibe. It was very responsible, and she had kids, and they had dance, and they had school in the morning. And Robert had a girlfriend down in Southern California that he would leave first. He's like, I have to do this drive down to Southern California where my girlfriend is. And we're like, oh no, don't go. And then
do you know if he actually had a girlfriend?
No. Well, I didn't at the time. I mean, I just assumed he was telling the truth. But later, Monica was like, don't tell Faye, but he's just saying that because he's not interested in her. And I was like, oh.
Okay. So after that, when you were there then, did you ever spend time, the 4 of you, at your house or Faye's house?
We went to my house for sure for my birthday party. And it was a poker tournament. And, oh, yes.
Okay. Did Robert go to that house?
Yes.
Your house?
Yep.
So the 4 of you were together at your house?
I mean, it was a big group. It's my birthday party.
Okay. Did you ever notice anything unusual during this time frame, and this is prior to the murder, going on between the defendant and Baker?
No.
Did she ever tell you when you talked about Faye having a crush that something was going on between her and Baker?
No.
Did you have any idea?
No.
Did you consider yourself during this time frame to be good friends with the defendant?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, I did.
Did you ever see any touching or looks between them or anything of that nature?
Mm-mm.
And that's a no?
That is a no.
Okay. What about now, you said at Faye's house, you got together at your house. When you were at, well, let me back up. At your house, did Fabio come?
No.
Did Fabio ever socialize with you girls and Baker when you guys were all together?
No. No.
Do you know where he was?
I mean, I was just about to say, I think he was probably out of town. He traveled a lot. So he wasn't there a lot.
Is that what Monica, the defendant, told you?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Did you see her kids at the house?
When?
Any of the times
Ever?
you went over there?
I mean, yeah. Yes.
Did you know her kids?
Yes, I did. Yes.
And what are their names?
Jessica and Isabella.
And how did you know them?
Well, they would come to the gym, and I was really friendly with Jessica. We took some yoga classes together, and when I'd pop over to Monica's house, you know, they'd be in and out. I'm talking about, like, if there was some school thing they were in, and their schedule was busy. But, like, yeah, we saw each other a lot at the gym. Well, a lot.
Yeah.
A lot. I say that because I like to think that I go to the gym more than I do, but I was going to the gym more then.
Now, during this time frame, you were friends with Elise. I'm sorry, not yourself. You were friends with Faye and Monica. Were you
Yeah.
equally good friends with both of them?
Yeah, I was.
And
I mean,
then what about Baker?
okay. So he was like the cool camp counselor is kind of how I felt about him, because like I said, at racquetball, it felt like, you know, it was the Three Musketeers and we were joking around, and it just felt like camp. It was just fun. And he really kind of kept everything together. So I felt like he was like the cool camp counselor guy. In my head, that's really how it was. So like if there was an event or something, I'd, you know, want him to be invited because, you know, thought he was cool.
Did you know at that time frame prior to the murder anything about the background of Robert Baker?
Eventually.
When you say eventually, I'm talking about before the murder. Did you find out
Yeah.
some things about him that caused you concern?
Gossip. I mean, it was gossipy. Like, one morning my boyfriend had said that he had found a sex video with Robert. And so, I mean, you know, I was kind of juicy. And then there were the whispers about it, you know, like, oh, did you know he did a sex thing? And, you know, did you watch it? And, you know, I mean, it's just gossipy kind of stuff. So, I mean, I wasn't in a world of concern. It was just kind of, again, I just felt like a big kid playing. And I just...
When you found out this information about, when you were saying a sex thing, you're talking about porn?
Yes.
Did you ever tell the defendant about any of this?
100%.
Why'd you tell her that?
Because it was juicy gossip.
And what did you tell her?
That Robert was in a sex video.
And what was her reaction?
Oh, I mean, I'm going to go with shocked. I mean, it felt satisfying. I mean, I don't remember exactly what her reaction was, but it felt appropriate to someone sharing gossip with you. Like, she was like, oh, no, kind of ish.
Did she appear to care, though? Did it change any of her actions around Baker?
No, I don't remember our actions being changed.
At this time, prior to the murder, did you know that he was a 296 registrant?
I'm trying to remember when. I don't think I knew that until after.
After the murder?
Yeah. Yes.
I want to talk about the... Did we take a break? Do we need to keep going? I just realized...
It's not quite 3.
Oh, am I off? I thought it was 30. Okay. The day of January 23rd, 2017. Do you remember that day?
Say the date again.
The day
sorry.
of the murder, January
Oh, yeah.
23rd, 2017.
Yep.
Do you remember that day?
Monday.
Remember
Yes,
that
I
day?
do.
Did you get notified then that something had happened at the Sementilli house?
Yes.
What happened?
So I was just pulling into I remember this I was pulling into the Ralph's parking lot because I needed to get creamer for my boyfriend for tomorrow, was a thing. And I got a text message from Monica saying, please come over, I need you. And so.
Do you know what time that was about?
Yeah, about around 4:23, I remember. I don't know why I remember
423?
the 3. I don't remember why I remember the 3, but that's what I remember.
Could have been later, after 5 sometime.
I
Overruled.
mean, I don't know why. Yeah. It's before I went in to get the creamer.
So let me ask you this.
And it was in the 20s. It was 4, was it 5? Was it 4? Was it 5? Was it 4? I mean, clearly.
Well, at any rate, what happened on that call? I'm sorry, that text.
Yeah, sorry. Well, she said, please come over, I need you.
Did you respond?
Yes. I don't remember exactly what I texted, but something along the lines of, I'm coming, I'll be there. I don't know. I was shocked that she had reached out. I know I called my boyfriend and told him that I was going to do that, and I never went and got the creamer. Sorry. Oh, did I not answer the question?
It's okay, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Take a breath.
Yep.
Okay. You did state before the objection that you were shocked that she'd reached out. Why were
I
you
was
shocked?
shocked that
Hold
she
on.
reached.
Yeah, 1 second. Okay. Why were you shocked that she texted you, I need you?
It's overruled.
I will tell you that morning. So I'm really not great at looking at Instagram a lot, but I was trying to get better at it. And that morning I went on and I saw that Monica had a party that I had not been invited to. And I was very frustrated with the friendship because I felt like Faye and I were reaching out a lot and we were getting turned down more than being accepted. And now she had a party and I wasn't invited. And I'm like, I don't know why I'm trying to put this much energy into this friendship. I was really offended and hurt. And so that morning I was like, you know what? I'm just not going to try in this friendship anymore. So when she texted me that afternoon, I was like, oh. And I was like, da, 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 because those are kind of like magic words. I need you is like a thing. So that's why I was surprised.
So you testified that she had been reaching out, or you had been reaching out a
Yeah.
lot. What do you mean by that? Prior to this text?
Yeah, well, we were trying to make dates to like go hang out and go get a glass of wine and spend some time together.
And would she go with you and Faye?
No, it would usually get either it got too complicated to schedule or it would get it would get canceled.
Did she tell you what she was doing during the times when she turned you down?
I mean, there were always, the mom things, I've got to do something with the kids. It's not going to work right now. I'm really busy. Like mom stuff.
Did she ever tell you that the times when she's telling you no, that she was hanging out with Robert Baker?
Did she tell me that? No.
It's overruled.
Go ahead.
No.
All right, so you get this text, and then what happened when you got that text? You answered.
I answered and said, I'm on my way.
Did you ask her what's going on?
Well, not immediately. I called my boyfriend and said, hey, I'm going to be late because I'm going to drive to Monica's because she said this. And he was like, well, you should call her and make sure. Sorry.
To explain this witness's subsequent conduct, it's overruled.
Go ahead.
So he was like, you should call her and make sure everything's like cool. And so I called her and there was no answer. So I was just like, screw it, and I'll just go.
How long would you say once you got that text from her it took you to get to the Sementilli house?
It took about, it was in the 20s, and I got there at about the 50s. So half hour.
Okay.
Traffic,
Now,
Woodland Hills.
going back, can you describe then the scene when you got there? You pulled up on the street, and what happened?
So there was a fire truck. Okay, so her house is on the left side, and I pulled to the right, and there was a fire truck a little ahead. And they came over to my car, and they're like, can we help you? Why are you here? And I was like, well, my friend, and I pulled out my text. I said, my friend lives here, and she asked me to come over. And I showed him the text, and like, okay. And then a lady came out of the house, and I later learned was Deborah. I think that's her name. And she was like, can I help you? And I was like, yeah, my friend Monica lives there. And I showed her the text, and like, she asked me to come over.
Do you have,
Take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
So what do you guys think of Miss Elise Bluell? She's the friend. So let's go over what Elise has said so far. Well, actually, we have to get through Matthew. We'll go through Matthew first, and we'll get to Elise. So Matthew nursed after we came back from lunch. He said that he took training lessons, or he trained Monica in the near the pool. Fabio was never there. He was there 5 or 6 times training, and Fabio never showed up. Let's pull myself up a little bit. Okay. Let's see. Fabio came to the gym twice. He introduced Monica to Fariba, who's also known as Faye. They trained and played in the racquetball league. Now, a lot of people are asking what pickleball is. It's basically, it's on a tennis court, and you have these big paddles, and the ball, it's kind of like tennis, but it's really meant for people that, it's like racquetball and tennis, you know, but when you hit the ball, it doesn't go as far as a racquetball and not as far as a tennis ball. So it's sort of like ping pong, you know, or table tennis, regular tennis, you know, racquetball. It's all kind of all tied in. Badminton, it's all kind of tied into that. It's very popular in Florida. It's huge in Florida because a lot of people that are retiring enjoy playing it because it's a good workout without killing yourself like tennis. You've got to be really pretty good shape for tennis. So it's a great workout, but it's not as intense as tennis. So that's pickleball. Let's see. So yeah, then they showed Elise's photo, but this was still Matthew talking. Then they showed Robert Baker photos, and he called him Rob. Rob ran the racquetball league. Didn't hang out socially outside of the gym with him, but Monica and Robert started coming into the gym together. Asked if anything was going on, and Monica said no. Then on January 23rd, which was the day in question, at 11:49, Monica comes in, and then 11:59, Rob enters the gym. He never saw them play racquetball that day, though. And then he saw Jessica there, because Jessica came with Mom, don't forget, and she was signing up for another membership. And then at 12:43:21, actually 12:43:07, Baker leaves, and then 12:43:21, Monica and Jessica leave the gym. He said he flew to Las Vegas for his girlfriend's birthday overnight. He was back on the 25th. Then Rob said he's going up to the house with another couple, you know. Rob's demeanor on the 20th. That's for the memorial for Fabian at the house. Rob asked Matthew to come along to pay condolences. He says, I'll just ride with you. So Rob and Matthew were the only ones riding in the car. They got to the house and they sat at the fireplace where Fabio had just gotten deleted. They said it was a robbery, but he didn't notice anything that was messed up, and there was no blood. That was interesting. They cleaned up the blood, but I mean, why wouldn't you? Of course you're going to clean up the blood. I mean, why would you leave? You know, that's not a big deal to me. Why would you leave poor Fabio's blood all over? He sat right where Fabio was deleted, made him uncomfortable. That's really strange to me. Why on earth would you sit in the chair? That's just really odd. I would just think, because she kind of made like this sort of memorial, if you will, a shrine, but why would you sit in the same chair? That's really bizarre to me. Monica was crying. She was sitting on the chair. Baker was sitting there, but he didn't see the two of them together. He said he left 20 to 30 minutes later because he doesn't do well with death, so he didn't want to be there. Let's see, Monica came in to cancel the membership, but a month later she came in with Rob to renew it. They would come in together to work out. He saw them a couple times. Rob then now became Monica's trainer. So Matthew was her trainer, but now Rob is her trainer. Did you have a renewed suspicion something was going on? He said yes, and that was based on them seeing together often. Nothing that I visibly saw, just that I saw them coming together, not alone. And then the new Mustang pops up. Monica seemed excited. And then the Facebook account of him with his abs and chest. So, let's see. And then Elise Bluell, who is a friend, she worked out at LA Fitness and Racquetball League. She was on the D League. She was not very good. Her words, not mine. She knew Monica and Robert. Robert was the head of the league. He didn't play, but he taught. She said Faye was the worst player, not her. That's funny. Faye was the worst player. Again, her words. Sorry, Faye. They would play with anybody who would take pity. They met every week. She met Monica. Let's see. She knew Matt, who was the trainer. After workout, they would go to Monica's and drink wine and smoke cigarettes and complain about her boyfriend. She did a lot of the complaining. Monica didn't really complain about Fabio, but here's the second time we heard about this. Monica got pregnant and had a miscarriage. We didn't know that, but Fabio cheated on her. So that's the second time we heard that Fabio cheated on Monica. Fabio was never there, so Monica felt a little upset because Fabio was never there. You know, all the other spouses would come for these tournaments, but Fabio would never show. Never said she was unhappy or wanted out of the marriage, though. It was more like, I'm so lucky and I get to go on all these trips and people are jealous. Yeah, that's why she doesn't want to leave the marriage. Monica didn't talk a lot about marriage because Elise did most of the talking. Then she talks about New Year's Eve party. They got there around 11, fighting with her boyfriend. Rob was invited. This was important. I thought Rob would come over a couple times to their soirees, their wine and fire pit. Rob was invited, maybe as a group invite, but then Faye or Monica invited him. He came over twice. Fabio was not there. Baker drank, but she never saw him drink or pass out. And she even laughs. She laughed. She's like, no one ever slept over. Rob said he had a girlfriend in Southern California, which I'm assuming is San Diego, maybe, area. The vibe was very responsible due to the kids getting up the next morning. So she laughed at the thought that they were getting drunk. She had no idea anything was going on between Baker or Monica. Rob was like the cool camp counselor. And then her boyfriend was the one that found the corn video, if you will, the adult video that Baker was involved in. And let's not forget, I think he was in over 80 films. And she said that was juicy gossip. So she told Monica, and Monica was like, ooh, she was like in shock. Didn't know Rob was a 296 offender, and I looked that up, and that's the California. You have to give a buccal swab and fingerprints, so that's what they call it out there. Let's see. Then the day of, she got a text, say, come over, I need you. She was offended and hurt by the friendship, so she was excited that she got this text saying, I need you. So I think the cross is going to get her on that. We'll have to listen for the cross, because right now it sounds like she might be like the jilted friend, like this is why you're testifying against your friend, because you were hurt and offended because she didn't give you the attention that you wanted. So I bet cross is going to go after her for that. She said it took about a half hour to get there. Fire truck was there. She said, my friend lives there. A lady came out and Deborah said, can I help you? So that is where we find ourselves right now on their afternoon break. So I think he said it's about 3 o'clock out there. So we got about 2 more hours, guys. So looking at 8:30 or so, maybe even 9. Yes, Groovy Cheryl, 296 is related to. That's what California calls it. The 296 Penal Code, Section 296 requires certain people to provide biological samples for DNA and forensic identification. This includes people who are offended for offenses or who are charged with certain felony. So if you're guilty of certain felonies, you fall under that. Yep. Over 90, yeah. Oh, and then he also raped his stepdaughter, and then he ended up marrying her. Ugh. He starred in nearly 80 adult movies during the span of his career. He has a career. That's in the late 90s. Irish Amy. That's definitely not old. I am 39, and my students have told me I'm ancient. That depends on who you're teaching, I guess. If you're teaching college students or high school, not so much. But if you're teaching 4 or 5-year-olds or 5th graders, yeah. Yeah, widespread panic. I really doubt that Rob was her first. She was trolling long before she and Rob hooked up. I agree with that. Yeah, groovy, Cheryl, nasty stuff, right? In 1993, he was convicted of statutory with his 14-year-old teenage stepdaughter, whom he would later marry after his release from prison. Why she would marry him, I don't know. Oh, the uni students, 18 to 20, so mean. Aw, 39's not old. That's like the cool older sister, you know, or aunt. Yeah, Pammy. And he married her. Ugh, just so much ugh. But why? Why would she marry him? Why? What was she thinking? Yeah, Capri Law. It just, ooh. Sorry. Sorry. I got up early and I'm starting to feel it. Starting to get the yawnies. Yep, Pammy, he definitely did that on the young girl. I agree. Hold me back. I want to hit 10 emojis. I know. Yeah, Julie, you are a young one. Tell your students to be kind, as they will be your age one day. That'll shut them up. Hey, Mona, because she was groomed, most likely. Yep. My mom would always say, what's it? Youth is wasted on the young. That was her favorite thing to say. Youth is wasted on the young. Ken Rosenberg, post them and I'll tackle the bot when it shows up. Ken will run interference for you. Funny. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Hey, Mona, little Woody Allen-esque for sure. Oh, I gotta show you guys Super Bowl. Check her out. Look at this Super Bowl. Chilling. Super Bowl moment. Oh, Super Bowl. And then I get the bite. Oh, I get the bite. It's yeah. Crazy girl. Super Bowl. All right. Stop with the biting. Yeah, it's a good girl. Yeah, it's a good girl. Oh. All right. Crazy kid. She's getting all silly now. Let's see. Curvio, yes, you got back just in time for Super Bowl belly. Pammy says, meow. Julie says, Super Bowl. Hey, Mona says, you're a cutie. Oh, my, Julie. For Groovy Cheryl. Irish Amy, yes, Super Bowl love bites. No, let's see if we'll show that. Can we show that? There you go. Eric Lieber says, Cleo is my cat, but she will deny it. Groovy Show says, love me some Super Bowl. Everybody loves you. All right. Well, generally, we don't like to have a lot of emojis, guys, because it's fun at times, but it's also disruptive. So any revolution that's going to be started will be put down with impunity. Groovy Cheryl getting a bigger slap than me, but we stood up to YouTube. Yes. All right. So what do you guys think of Elise so far? Elise Bluel. Yes. Hey, Mona, I bet the judge ends at 5 on the dot, regardless of starting late and coming back late. Absolutely. Widespread panic. I think we need to organize a chat field trip to meet Superball. She will not like that. Superball is not a fan of people. As soon as, like, we've had guests twice in the 2 years we've been here, and she basically just hides underneath our covers. She doesn't go to the bathroom. She doesn't eat. It's sad. I feel bad for her. So. Yes, the witness is Elise. Elise Buell. She's a mess. Hey, Mona says, I love this witness. She's the needed comic relief in this trial so far. Yeah, I agree. Irish Amy, I am living for Elise, but I don't think the state are getting much help from her. I don't think so either. That's why I think I posted that. I'm like, who is she testifying for? Ooh, wow. That was weird. Groovy Cheryl, my cat hid too, no good reason. Yeah, and she doesn't go to the bathroom, which is really sad, and she doesn't eat. So we tell people you can only come for 2 nights. Irish Amy, my pushkins would freak if a bunch of people showed up. Haha. Yeah. We're not sure how Rafa and Polly are going to react, because they really haven't had guests. We've had workers come and go. Tomorrow we're going to have our 3-month, every 3rd month pest control guy come. But Superball, he'll walk around, and in the office there's big windows, and it's almost like a sunroom. And Superball will sit here and growl at him. It's the funniest thing. She'll be like, "Arr," as he walks by and sprays the outside. But Rafa and Polly, they seem to be okay with visitors, but we haven't actually had somebody stay yet. So I know, poor Superball. It's tough, so that's why we tell people you can only stay here, 1 or 2 days. There's hotels, you can definitely stay, but not here with us. Joe Schmo says, Elise seems like a fun friend, but one I would never trust with a secret and would never want to be on her bad side. The defendant made some interesting facial gestures when Elise was called up. It seemed like she was happy, right? It seemed like she was like wistfully smiling at her, wistfully looking at her like, oh, I remember those days. Irish Amy, I love girls who support girls, but not so much clicky girls. Yeah. Yep. Clicks. Oh, let's see. That looks good. Yeah, we have Karen Reed coming up, the Crash Daddies, this Thursday and Friday. The Crash Daddies, ARCA, they're going to be testifying, so we're looking forward to that. We're definitely going to check that out. Groovy Cheryl, just a note, my chalk chips are from C's and they are in a Swarovski crystal candy dish. Do you think those gals would have me over for wine and cigs? I don't know, maybe. With wine. Capri says, Groovy Cheryl, you'd be in. Well, we think the Crash Daddies might testify because it's going to be like, who was it? Dr. Russell. We'll see because she testified for 2 days, and they have 2 days set aside for the Crash Daddies. So, Child Junkies United sent you the Moo picture, baby Superball. Let's check out little baby Superball. The Moo. Oh my goodness, she is little baby Superball. She is cute. Here's our moo. I think she's going to be an influencer. She had her eye makeup done. One eye pointing. She's cute. Trial Junkies United. She's a cute little kitty. That's sweet. Yeah, when we saw Super Ball as a kitten, when she was first born, I mean, it was just like, can you imagine this little ball of white fur with the little hat on top? Ola says, I think outside cats just go outside. Super Ball probably needs her own escape room. True. Although the outside cats, yes, they are outside, but we like them to be inside now because we don't want them to be outside because there are coyotes around and other dogs, and so we like to keep them in at night, like overnight. Like right now they're outside, but we'll bring them in, after I finish streaming. Ken Rosenberg, on the plus side, it seems like Super Ball adapted quite well to trial streaming. She did. She did, Ken. She did. She's going to be our new moderator. We're going to give her a wrench. Super Ball gets a wrench.
Present, all counsel present, jury, and officer present. Moments ago, I just received a notification.
Oh, you're back.
Some of you may know there are some protests going on.
And just like that.
And they may continue to be going on. We don't know.
Right.
The only thing that the
Myself.
notification
See you guys on
said
the other
is,
side.
as far as coming and going and getting the parking act accordingly, in other words, plan ahead, be here early. I looked out the window. I see nothing. But I don't know how long this is going to go on for the rest of the week or not. But you're warned. My kid got here over the weekend, and we didn't talk much about that. My kid's a judge, and got caught in the building for a couple hours. So everything's okay. Just don't be concerned. Ma'am, you're still under oath, and you may continue with your direct.
All right, so we were talking about when you arrived at the Sementilli residence. Okay?
Yep.
So you got there, you were greeted outside by someone that you know by the name of Deborah now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you know her before?
No.
Okay. So at some point then, were you allowed into the house?
Yes.
And where was the defendant?
She was in a chair in the dining room in a line with her 3 daughters.
Okay.
Or 2 daughters, sorry.
Now, were you allowed to go up to her and stay with her?
Yeah.
So at some point then, were you removed by law enforcement from the house?
Yes, at some point they asked us to leave the residence and go sit outside.
And who was that then? It was you, the defendant, her daughters?
Mm-hmm.
And was there anybody else?
Well, there was Deborah.
And Deborah.
Yeah.
So where did you go?
We sat on the curb.
And what happened out there? Anything?
I think everyone was processing everything. Monica was hysterical, and I just was like a human teddy bear person. Yeah, so it was. There was. I mean,
when you say she was hysterical, I want to ask you a specific question.
Sure.
Did you see any tears?
No. I mean, I wasn't. I mean, I was. I don't. It was a lot of like that.
Okay. Did you see any tears?
I don't think I was looking. I don't. I was.
Nothing that you recall?
No.
Okay. So that night then, did you spend the rest of the night with her, or did you leave at some point then?
I was there until about 11-ish.
Okay, and then
I want to say. It could be 10-ish. I think it's 11-ish. I was there for a really long time.
And then at some point you went home?
Yes.
And do you know where the defendant and the girls went?
I believe they were going to go spend the night at Deborah's.
So when's the next time then that you went back to the Sementilli residence?
The next day.
Okay, and how often did you go back after that?
Every day that week.
Was anyone else there when you went back every day that next week?
Yes.
Who else was there?
Let's see. I mean, Deborah was there, and I can't say if her husband. There were a lot of people. There were Fabio's best friend from work and his Slavic girlfriend. because we talked a lot. And I think there were some other people from his work, and her mother was there at one point. It felt, that's all that I recall mostly, but it was like a group. It was a lot of people, same people every day. Some came, some left.
Now,
and come
during
back.
those next 4 or 5 days when you went regularly, and the question just is, do you recall seeing any tears during that week, like tears coming down the face on the defendant?
No.
Okay. Now, did you attend the wake or the memorial that was held in the backyard by the fire pit where Fabio was killed?
That night? No, I went to no, I didn't go to that.
Did you then go to another memorial a few days later on January 29th?
The Sunday morning, I think it was a Sunday morning, the one at the
At a funeral home?
yes,
Did
I
you
went
go
to
to
that.
that
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
After that, then, subsequent to the murder, did you reach out to the defendant in the next couple months, checking on her, seeing how she was, things of that nature?
Yeah, 100%.
Did you see her on a regular basis? Let's talk about the month following the murder. Did you see her pretty regularly?
No.
Did you talk to her regularly?
I tried, but no, it was more texting.
Okay, now during that next month or two, when you were going to the house at that first week as well as texting, did she ever voice any fear to you about living in the home where her husband was murdered?
No.
Did she ever voice any fear to you about her girls not being safe in the home where their dad was murdered?
No. Hey, can I ask a question?
That's loaded. I don't know. What do you want to ask?
Well, I just wanted to go back for a minute with if I talked to her regularly. And I said, no, I just texted. I just wanted to expound on that, if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Because I wanted to talk to her a lot. But it felt weird. Because I felt like, sorry, this is weird. I felt like she was associating me with what happened. And I really wanted to be a really good friend. And so my goal was to call her at least once a week. Oh, is it? Oh, I thought I was responding. I'm sorry.
It's okay, ma'am. Just
All
fine.
right.
So I tried, but I just texted because it was easier.
Okay. So during that time, she never expressed to you any fear for her or her daughters
No.
as far as being in the house?
No.
Did she ever talk to you about leaving the house and going to stay somewhere else during that time frame?
No.
Did she ever talk to you about getting new security cameras or safety for the house?
No, she didn't.
During the next couple of months, did she ever talk to you about who could have killed Fabio?
No.
Never brought that up?
No.
What was she talking to you about?
Was like why she wasn't getting the insurance, why it was taking so long. She didn't understand why she couldn't have her phone back. She was really worried about money.
So when she was worried about money, specifically with insurance, what was she telling you about that?
She didn't understand why it was taking so long. And she was frustrated about it taking so long.
Prior to this, had she ever talked to you about any of the finances within their marriage?
No.
Did she ever call the insurance companies in your presence?
Yes.
And what do you recall?
I recall we were supposed to go out that evening and I got into a fight with my boyfriend. And so I wanted some
Overruled, counsel.
Sorry, it was a Saturday, and I wanted to hang out with a girlfriend, so I said, can I just come over earlier? So it was, I don't know, but around noonish. Apparently not good with time. But, yeah, so I showed up, and she was like, sorry, I need to make this call. And she was on the phone with the insurance company, and I was trying to not listen. And then there was some talk, I want to say, with the detectives, the police, because she wanted the phone and she didn't understand why things were taking so long. And she was stressed about how she was going to pay for things and why is this. She was very stressed.
Would you say that out of, since the murder occurred, the main topic that you shared with her, was it about insurance money?
Yeah.
Objection, Bay is to win how many times?
It's overruled.
That was the main topic?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, were you aware that she bought a new Mustang?
Yes.
Was this during the same time frame that she was complaining about not having any money?
Yes. Yes.
When she bought that Mustang, did she show it to you?
Yes.
Did she seem happy about it?
Sure. Yes.
What'd she tell you about that Mustang?
That Fabio would have wanted her to have it.
Okay. Did she do anything to make the car look better?
The windows were tinted.
Did she tell you that she went and took the car to do that?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
So she was talking about sprucing up her new car to you.
Objection, mistakes the evidence.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay.
She was really excited about the car.
She was excited about the car.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, during this time frame, too, as far as, did you start seeing, okay, and we're talking now the next couple months following Fabio's murder, did you see a change in the Monica Sementilli that you thought you knew?
I did.
What was that?
It was that Saturday when I went over there after the phone calls and stuff because I really wanted to talk about, my situation with my boyfriend. And the girls came down. We were sitting outside, and they were like, Mom, we're hungry. And, before she was like, always whatever, getting everything. That was her thing. And she was like, yeah, you're going to have to figure it out. You know what to do. And then they're like, yeah, no, I think we're going to go out. And then she said, grain of salt. She said, they're just going to have to learn how to do things themselves now. Things are changing. And that was weird to me.
Had she ever talked about her girls that way to you before?
No, that was the whole thing at racquetball. She's like, I do everything for them. I have to go home and do the dishes. And it was like, she took pride in that. And it was completely different.
When you say, you were saying Saturday, do you know the murder occurred January 27th, 2017. Are we talking February, March?
March.
Okay. So anywhere from what?
I'm sorry, what date did you
I don't know what I said, but if
say?
the
January
murder occurred
27th?
January 23rd, 2017.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was in the March time frame?
Yes.
Do you know if it was early March, late March, if you know?
I would say closer to mid.
Okay.
Like before the 15th. I want to say it's like the 12th, but
Somewhere between around
Around.
7 weeks after the murder.
yes,
Somewhere in
yeah.
there. Okay. Other than that, you saw the change with her and her daughters. She was talking to you a lot about the insurance. Did you see any other changes in her that you noticed?
Honestly, I didn't see her much after that.
Okay. Did you ever go out with her?
No,
You never went out with her again?
no.
Did she talk to you about going out?
Monica did not talk to me about going out.
Did she ever talk to you about going out to a bar and getting dressed up, anything like that?
I heard about that with her and Faye. I think Faye told.
This thing.
Okay. Did she tell you what her plans were for going forward? Let's start with like work. Did she tell you what any of her plans were?
She did.
What'd she tell you?
It was that Saturday, and she was saying how her and the girls had Fabio's, what do you call it when he invented something? I forget what that's called, but when he creates something and they have no one else can do it. anyway, they had that for some hair tools that he had developed, and her and the girls were going to do a business in his name. And then her and Robert, she wanted to get the girls set up in like a place, like a condo, and then she was going to travel, and Robert was going to give her a job, and they were going to work together, and she was going to travel, and then when she came back, she could stay at the girls' place because she really wasn't sure where she wanted to travel. And I want to say that she, I can't say it exactly, so I'm not going to.
So when she's telling you these plans about working with Robert, and that's Robert Baker,
Yeah.
did she tell you that she was going to travel with him?
She said they were going to travel.
Okay. Did she tell you who they were?
Her and, well, in the context, it was clearly her and Robert.
At this point now, and we're at, is this still mid-March?
Yes.
Somewhere around 7 weeks after her husband was murdered, did she ever, she's talking about plans to travel with Robert. Did she tell you that she was involved with him romantically now at this point?
No, she was like, he's so great, he's going to give me a job, and she was really enthusiastic about it.
Did she seem happy?
Yeah, well, she was stressed about the money, but she was excited about her new ventures. She seemed really excited about that.
Was she, during those months since Fabio was killed, was she ever talking about Fabio?
No. No.
Was she talking about missing him?
No.
Would you say, like, after, would you say, from your perspective as one of her good friends now, by a month or two after, did she appear to be grieving the death of her husband?
Improper opinion.
Still a rule.
Did she appear to be grieving?
Yes, the death of her husband.
What I saw on Instagram, but not personally.
Okay, so let's talk about Instagram. You were on Instagram and Facebook during that time frame.
Yeah, again, I was trying to get better at it. Yep.
Were you able to view the postings that the defendant made during the timing of from when her Fabio was murdered in the next few months? Were you able to see those Instagrams?
Yes.
And what did you see on those Instagrams? What types of posts was she doing?
Oh my gosh, they were heart-wrenching. I felt so sad. It was like the love of my life. Love is saying goodbye. I mean, it was just like her heart was aching on those posts.
On the posts they were aching, when you spoke to her directly, did she reiterate anything that she was posting?
No, it was a lot of, stress about the insurance and the money and what she was going to do.
So when you saw those posts, did you find that unusual?
Objection, relevance.
When you saw those posts about missing her husband, again, just to confirm, those were not anything of the topics of what she was talking to you as her good friend about?
Correct.
Okay, one moment. After the culmination of a few months passed, did the defendant ever, during the pendency of your friendship, tell you that she was involved with Robert Baker?
No, she did not.
Would you characterize the defendant, Monica Sementilli, as a liar?
At that time.
One moment.
Now.
No, one
Now?
moment.
Yes.
Ma'am, hold on a second. What's the objection?
Relevance, argument.
Sustained on both.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
Good.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Bluell.
Good afternoon.
Is Elise the way you pronounce your first name?
It is, thank you.
Okay. Is it okay if I refer to you by Elise?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. I would object to that. This is a courtroom. Let's keep it formal.
Of course, Your Honor. Ms. Bluell, am I correct that if Fabio was killed in January of 2017, that the first time the police ever spoke to you about this case was over 3.5 years later?
Correct.
The police never interviewed you.
not.
correct?
Did not. Correct.
During that time, even though you were with Monica that first night when Fabio was killed, correct?
Yes. That is correct.
And am I right? It's been, if that was July of 2020, it's been almost 5 years since that interview occurred.
Correct.
Is that correct? And would it be fair to say, Ms. Bluell, that your memory about what you observed, what you saw, what you heard would have been much better back in July of 2020 than it would be closer to the events than it would be now?
Are you asking me if my memory was better in 2020 than it would be today?
Yes, of events you had observed in 2017.
I think in the scope there were things that I wouldn't remember today that I would remember then, but there are things that I remembered then that I very much remember today.
Okay. And Ms. Bluell, is it also true that when you were first interviewed by the police, Ms. Sementilli had already been accused and arrested for allegedly being involved in the killing of her husband?
I believe that all of the interviews were after she was arrested.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear. Ms. Bluell, you met Monica for the first time at LA Fitness, correct?
I did, yeah.
Okay. And you were already playing racquetball at the time. You had started when Monica joined the league, when she started playing racquetball and you first met her.
What I was doing, I hadn't made the D list until the night she came. I was playing very badly, and so I needed the pre thing for 2 terms before I could make the D list. So,
Okay.
but I met her the day that the D list that it all started.
Okay.
In January.
And Monica joined, I understand from what you said, and she didn't know how to play. She was being taught how to play.
No,
correct?
that's not true. She was just on the D League. And then later she was practicing and taking lessons.
Okay, and who was she taking lessons from?
My understanding was Robert.
Okay, you saw Robert playing with her frequently?
I didn't go to the gym during the day, so I wasn't there when they were doing it, but I was told, I think she even mentioned it and other people said it.
Okay, and I think, Ms. Bluell, you also said that Monica got much better very quickly.
Yeah, she was a monster.
Okay. She learned and she improved.
Yes.
Okay. And from her playing and from her playing you and your girlfriend, Faye, that's Faye Fariba?
Yeah.
Okay. You all became fast friends.
Yeah. That was,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. And you referred to the three of you as the Three Musketeers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you and Monica saw each other mostly at the gym, not outside the gym. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
More often at the gym, and then yeah. So that was more.
And that was in January of 2016. Is that correct?
That's when it started. Yeah.
Okay. And it was over that next year that you're talking about.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And you told us, I think, that you would only see her outside of the gym maybe once every 3 or 4 weeks. Is that fair?
That's when we would see each other. We would try, but it would take that while.
Okay.
Long.
And I think you said she was hard to nail down about dates to get together.
Yes.
And she was always asked that it be at her home where you get together. She wanted it at her house.
Yeah, it was the easiest.
Okay.
Those were the after the gym ones. Yeah, it was
Okay,
just easier at her house.
Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's okay.
But I think you mentioned 1 or 2 times you went to an establishment or a restaurant or something, but mostly when you got together outside of the gym, these once every 3 or 4 weeks, it would
The
be at
hangout
Monica's
ones.
home.
Yeah, the hangout ones were at her house, and if we went out, it was usually for a thing.
Okay. And you got to observe Monica. You got to see her,
Yeah.
right? You got
Yes.
to really know her.
Yeah, I thought so.
And you previously, I think you told the police that what you observed was that Monica was the kind of person you saw could put together a dinner party for 20 in an hour, I think you said?
Yeah, well, in 2 hours she could put together a big dinner party. Yes.
So you saw that she enjoyed cooking and preparing meals, and I think you said she hosted dinners and that like?
Yes.
Okay. And you also saw her as a mom around her girls.
Yeah,
You got to know Jessica.
I did.
And you got to see how she interacted with the girls, how she cared for the girls.
Yeah, she was a good Italian mom.
Good Italian mom.
Yep.
And when she talked about her husband, Fabio, and when you saw her with Fabio, they were affectionate. And I think you described at one point the one time or one or two times you saw them, she was actually sitting with him on his chair. Is that right?
That was on the New Year's Eve thing when we were around the fire. That was the only time. I didn't, other than that, they weren't really affectionate. Like he had come in from work, she was doing something. So the only time that was around the fire circle at New Year's Eve.
Okay, I think you said earlier that you'd only seen them together twice. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And once you described you all were in the kitchen, the girls were in the kitchen, and Fabio came home. And then another time you're describing is...
The New Year's Eve.
And that was, when you say New Year's Eve, Miss Bluell, that was December 31st, 2016, right?
17. It was right before he was killed.
Okay. So that would be the day before January 1, which would be December 31st, 2016. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We're on the same page.
Okay.
Okay.
And you all were sitting around the fire pit on the patio of their home, correct?
For New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were with your boyfriend,
Yes.
correct? And everybody was gathered around that fire pit area by the pool?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said at the time that Monica was sitting with Fabio on the arm of his chair.
Yeah. Besides the hostessing, but when she was there, she was, on the arm of his chair.
Okay. And when you were interviewed back in July of 2020, you were specifically asked by a detective, did Monica ever complain about Fabio? And you said, that's the thing, never. Her marriage was so great. Were you telling the truth at that time?
I mean, I don't ever lie on purpose.
Okay.
So that was probably my takeaway then.
Okay.
I have had time to think about stuff.
Okay. And you've heard about this case, right, in the media?
I have heard about it, yeah.
Okay. And you've actually participated in media television show interviews?
Yep.
Okay. Ms. Bluell, during that year where you all were the Three Musketeers and you were, it's fair to say you were friends with Monica, correct?
That was my interpretation of our relationship, yeah.
Okay. You heard from Monica that Fabio traveled a lot. Is that
Yes.
right? And you heard that on a number of occasions?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't see Fabio every time you were over the house, correct?
Correct, yeah.
You only saw him once or twice?
Correct.
Okay. And you mostly saw Monica once a week playing racquetball?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I think you talked about before Robert Baker and his role in the racquetball league, correct?
Yes.
And you told us that Robert Baker was the one who orchestrated the racquetball, correct?
Could you explain to me what you mean by orchestrated?
It was a word you used,
Oh.
so I'm just asking.
Okay, well, I mean, if you're quoting me, the way I interpret it, like I said earlier, was that he kind of ran it.
Okay.
So,
And I think you previously said that Rob Baker was like a teacher, like the cool teacher.
yeah, or a camp counselor kind of vibe. Yeah.
Okay, he was very much in charge of
Like
the
he
league.
was the, yeah.
I think you described him as very much an authority figure.
Yeah, I mean that, but not like a cool camp counselor or a cool teacher, where they've got stuff to do, but they were fun while they were doing it.
Okay,
Is how I felt about it.
okay. And you also described him previously as strict. He ran the schedule. He put together the games. He was teaching.
He was very efficient.
Okay. And you also described him as having some kind of sexuality, masculinity, when you talked about what you observed of him.
Yes, he did. He was very muscular, and he was wearing the shorts, and yeah, he was, yeah.
Tell me what you meant when you said there was a sexual thing about Rob Baker.
How to describe that? I mean, so you want me to describe how I thought he was sexual or sensual or
Yes.
hot?
Yes.
I mean, he was muscular, and he looked good in his clothes, and I don't know. He had this confidence about him, I guess.
In control.
Confidence. I didn't get in control. I mean, I hear it, but I got that he was confident and he was doing what he needed to do, and that was kind of hot.
That's fine. You thought it was hot.
Well, I mean, I wasn't attracted to him, but you could admire, and yeah.
You described him as military.
Yep.
No nonsense.
He had that kind of, when it was time to, I mean, there was some nonsense, but because he would laugh at a joke, right? And so it was fun to play, but it was like you got to get on the court, but he was nice about it. Yes, he was efficient, and he had that kind of military thing going on, and he was muscly, and yeah, I mean, you could tell that he knew how to keep things going, which I appreciated.
I think you described him at the time as very alpha male.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
I did.
Sorry?
He was very alpha. He was very...
Now, one moment, please.
Sorry.
Questions are assumed factual and evidence
So,
and misstating testimony.
counsel's, that's what objection was. But that wasn't your objection.
Okay. Objection, counsel's testimony.
A little untimely.
Ms. Bluell, you also described earlier your relationship with someone named Paula McCullum.
Yes,
Do you remember that?
I do. Well, yeah, I remember Paula.
And Paula McCullum also played racquetball with the league,
She did.
showing you what's been marked as People's 67. This is Paula McCullum?
Yeah.
Okay. And you thought Paula McCullum, I think you said she was fun.
She was so sweet because she started at the D League, but she was better than me. And then she quickly went up to the next one, but she was always really sweet because...
And what was her relationship, if you knew, with Robert Baker?
Yeah, I know that he had also trained her a little bit.
How did you know that?
I think she had said it when we were, playing, because she was like, encouraging me. She's like, "Don't feel bad. I've been practicing, and Robert Something along those lines, I want to say.
Okay. If you
That's what my
previously
brain
told
does.
the police that that Baker was BFFs with Paula, would that have been true? What your observation was at the time?
Could you say that question again for me?
If you previously told the police that Robert Baker was BFFs with Sean and Paula McCullum, that they were BFFs with Baker,
Okay.
was that what you observed?
That is not what I observed. That's what I learned after they were arrested, because I was really shocked and sad about Monica, and she called me and she was really shocked about Robert, and we both were kind of commiserating about how duped we felt and how shocked we were. And it was interesting that I didn't realize that her and Sean had such a relationship with Robert. And she knew I was really, I thought, close with Monica. And so when they were arrested, we were like, what? So that was how she explained it.
Very good. Okay. And at the time you had this conversation with Paula McCullum, had she told you that she had had an affair with
No,
Robert Baker?
She did not.
She did not.
No.
And had she told you at the time she had this conversation about Mr. Baker's arrest that she had actually rented a car for Mr. Baker, which he used in the commission of this killing? Did she tell you that?
Judge Leonard, a hearsay, and all of this is assuming facts on evidence.
Sustained on the second ground?
Ms. Bluell, you told us about coming to Monica's home the night Fabio was killed earlier, correct? And you had said that you received a text asking you to please come over, correct?
Yes.
Do you still have that text?
No.
What, did you delete that text? What happened to the text?
No, I ended up, well, I didn't know it was, no, I ended up getting another phone, and I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that you're not sure the exact words in the text
Oh,
that
no,
were
I
sent.
feel like that's like the one thing I do know.
Okay. So you think the text said, I need you, please come over?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the
And-
I need you thing is a thing for me.
Understood. Understood. And I think you said, although you were upset that you had learned that Monica had had a birthday party, that I guess earlier in the month that you had not been invited to, you went right over.
Yes, my feelings were really hurt that morning. I was really annoyed, and my feelings were hurt. But when she said she needed me, it was like, yeah, of course.
And when you went over that night, you were really the person that spent the most time throughout the whole evening with Monica,
That's
correct?
very true.
I think you said you got there even before the police had arrived?
Yeah, there was just one fire truck.
Okay.
And Deborah.
And you went into the dining room where Monica and the girls and Deborah Obad were?
Well, Deborah was around, but Monica and the girls were like, their chairs were lined up like this, and they were just sitting in a row. It was, yeah.
Okay. And you got there at those earliest moments, and you were with Monica. I think you said, or tell me if this is true, that throughout the night you were hugging her. You were, I think you described yourself as the consoler in chief.
Yeah, well, I was the human teddy bear. Like, I was just consoling, yeah.
Okay. And at some point, you all were asked to leave the home outside of the dining room and go outside, correct?
Yes.
And you had to sit on the curb for a while?
Yeah.
Was it a while?
Yes.
Okay. And it was cold?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, you were taken over to a neighbor's house, is that correct?
Yeah, across the street.
Okay, and that's where you spent the rest of the evening
Yes.
with Monica and the girls.
Yes.
And Deborah Obad was there for parts of it, not parts
I
of it?
didn't. She was doing a lot of the phone calls, and she wasn't really around. She was managing, letting people know, was my understanding.
Okay.
Our adjournment this time until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. As usual, as the admonition, I'll discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else or the form expressing an opinion to the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9. As well, to see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And just like that, boom, they're done. Yeah, weird time. He always does that. He does that. Yeah, weird time. Just interrupts the questioning, no warning. Curviel, yeah, just boom, he's done. Yeah. Judge wastes no time. Why did he end so early? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. And he's been doing that the entire trial, so he's consistent. He's consistent. Give him that. All right, well, at least we know he's going to be, 5 o'clock. That's it. But actually, it's, because they're on a time delay. So that was 4, maybe? Was it 4 o'clock? Because 8 o'clock would be 5 o'clock their time. I don't know. I can't figure him out, to be quite honest. So anyway. Julie, you said she called she called her friends first. No, because law enforcement was there. Remember her daughter found Fabio, her father, and called 911, and then she walked in, and remember there was a fire truck that was there when Elise showed up. So no, law enforcement was there already. She was just calling her friends to, I guess, come in and help her. So she did not call. Law enforcement was already there. So to go through Elise's testimony, let's see. So she was greeted by Deborah, and once inside, she saw Monica and her 2 daughters. Law enforcement asked them to leave, and they sat on the curb. Monica was hysterical. Fabio's friends and Monica's mom came over, but she didn't notice any tears from Monica. And then afterwards, she never voiced anything about the girls being afraid in the house. She never said, "I'm afraid," thinking that this is some random, act or they could come back. So she was never afraid. I don't know. How would you guys feel? Oh, you know what? I should end the poll. Let me end the poll. Let's see. So I'm going to end the poll for credibility on Miss Buell. She is 42%, 100% credible, somewhat credible. She is 55%, and not credible at all. You have 2% of you think that she's not credible at all. So yeah, how would you guys feel if your husband, spouse, partner, significant other, was brutally deleted? Would you feel comfortable still living in the house and not getting extra security? I don't know. She said there was no tears from Monica. Let's see. Oh, then Elise says, "Can I ask a question?" And the woman who's doing the prosecution or was doing the direct was saying, "I don't know, that's a loaded question." She said, "I wanted to be a good friend," and then she starts to cry. She never talked about, then she kind of moved on from that, never talked about security for the house. Why? She mostly talked about why she wasn't getting the insurance. She was really worried about money. She didn't understand why the insurance was taking so long. She never talked about finances before that. She had a completely different attitude with the girls afterwards. Remember, we saw those text messages where the girls are like 16, 17, 18, and they're like, "Mom, where are you? Why aren't you coming home? What's going on?" And it was like 10, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Robert was going to get a job for Monica. Monica was excited, but she didn't talk about Fabio or talked about missing him. And then they talked about the Instagram posts. Other than Monica posting on Instagram, she never once said anything about that. about, missing Fabio to her. So then Cross came up, and so law enforcement didn't interview Elise until July of 2020, which I kind of thought was interesting. I thought that was interesting. They mostly saw each other at the gym and not outside. And describe how he was hot. He was muscular. They're talking about Robert. He had a confidence about him. I didn't get that he was in control. She said she wasn't attracted to him, but she admired him. He was efficient, and he had that military thing going. You could tell he knew how to keep things going, and I appreciated that. He was very alpha. I think they objected as to that. Learned about the whole BFFs after the arrest with Sean and his wife. I forget her name. Elise was the human teddy bear. She was consoling. They sat on the curb for a while. It was cold, so they went to the neighbors next door. And then the judge was like, "That's it. That's it. Go home. See you tomorrow at 9." All right, so that's 12 o'clock for us, but I think they're on a delay, so it might be 12:30. But we're going to pick up on Megan Boswell if indeed she has started. So we're planning on picking up on Megan Boswell tomorrow. Oh, we have an update. Thank you, therapist. Therapist, update. Megan Boswell jury seated 17 today, 10 females, 7 males. This is just so far. So they only need one more. All right, so we will not pick up on Megan Boswell tomorrow. But once she starts, we will. Baka of 3 says she had no reason to be scared. She knew who did it, and there was no one for her to be afraid of. That's what they're implying, for sure. Lily Wayne says if she had done the red rum or knew who had, she might feel safe in the house because she would know they weren't going to do it to her. Absolutely. Shirley Roth asked therapist, does the trial start tomorrow? It seems like they need to seat one more. They're seating 18, I guess. Ola says, well, you could easily worry about finances after your provider goes. All right, therapist, thank you. It sounds like jury duty will continue tomorrow. Okay. Julie, we love you too. Thank you for continuing to be one of our fantastic mods. Appreciate that. Ola says you might want to stay in house for the connection to your loved one. Oh, stay and not leave, yeah. Yeah. Gosh, that would feel so... That would be weird, though. I mean, I don't know. It would be weird. Julie says, Ola, she did not love him anymore. Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, I guess, yeah. I guess she would stay. Widespread Panic says, I don't know if I'd be okay. I'd be okay buying a house where someone I never met was deleted, but staying in the house we share, not so sure about that. I know. Hisma says, I wouldn't go back. I think I would be way too scared. Hey, Mona, I wouldn't be having people over or staying there for even one day. Yeah. Gina Farley, what surprised me was the fact that afterwards she treated her daughters differently. Agreed. And Julie says, I wouldn't be calling anyone except for law enforcement. Well, they were there already, so that would be the only thing I would say. That's why she called her friends, because they were there. Law enforcement was there, so... And the fire trucks were there. Officers were there like 3 minutes after the 911 call came in, so they were there. Ola says she may not have loved him that way, but she may have loved him in a different way. Shirley Roth, they had a memorial where he was red rummed. Yeah. Julie says, have a great evening. I see you all tomorrow. Yep. Thank you, Julie. We will see you tomorrow. Go get some sleep or rest, whatever you do at this time of day for yourself. Therapist knew I could rationalize it either way. Lily Wayne, you might stay in the house for your kids' sake. Depends on how kids will feel. Don't forget, Isabella found Fabio. Talk about the trauma she's going through. Oof. And then the 911's telling her while she's on the phone, and he's presumably just gushing all over the place, and they're telling her, put him on his back, pick him up, turn him on his back. I mean, that poor girl. Eesh. Groovy Cheryl, she didn't love him anymore. She just wanted the way of life. Yeah, I agree with that. Ola says, I'm just showing that we can't necessarily judge her guilt on these things. True. Irish Amy, thank you so much. Squeegee, Aaron, and the mods. We appreciate you so much. Aw, thank you, Irish Amy. It's late for you guys. You guys should go to bed. You in the UK. It's late for you guys, right? 2 o'clock or something? 1, 2 o'clock? Irish Amy, hope everyone has a great evening. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much, Irish Amy. Irish Amy. Isabella. Oh, widespread panic. I think Isabella was scared to death when Monica would leave her there alone. I would be. The child's 16, 17. She came home and she saw her dad, like, hacked up. Oof. Capri Law, I sure as heck wouldn't leave my kids home alone if robbers just broke in and offed their dad. I agree. All right, Shirley Roth says good night. All right, guys. Yeah, I think it's time for us to say good night as well. All right, thank you to chat. Thank you, guys. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to Julie and OnlyFan, Therapist You Know, Hellcat, Widespread Panic. Brad is on vacation, so we won't be seeing him this week. Rachel B., I think you came in for a little bit. So thank you, guys. Groovy Cheryl, that's why you move. Hey, Mona, thanks all. You were good and fun company. Yep. All right, guys. I will leave you with that. We will not be picking up on Megan Boswell tomorrow, so we'll push that to Wednesday. But we will be, I guess, 12 o'clock. We'll come back at 12, and we'll see you then. All right. Take care, everybody. Have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow at noon. Okay, bye.